trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us, O mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor thy name in all we do, think, and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's affirm. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you very much. Just two announcements. I think it's the first round. Honorable members, please take note that the 26th of March this year will mark exactly 20 years since the passing of the very first Speaker of our chamber, late Dr. Mose Chitendero, who's the founding Speaker of our National Assembly and a member of the Constituent Assembly. The chairperson of the organizing committee, who is also a former Speaker, Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, is in charge of the 20th anniversary commemoration of the life and remembrance of late Dr. Chitendero on behalf of the Chitendero family. And therefore, we are cordially invited as members of this assembly to take part in the commemoration event that is scheduled at Heroes Acre on Sunday, the 26th of April, 2026 at 10 o'clock. It will be a low-key event that will be attended by family members and friends. And therefore, as members of the assembly, we are just invited. I know it's too early, but I know you are distinguished members of parliament. You will not forget. But we'll make a reminder closer to the time. We just wanted you to take note. And on that note, no, 26th of April. I said March. Okay. So you are, I said April. Okay. Oh, at least it's not a matter of this side and this side, you know. Okay, thank you. But the date is 26 April, 10 o'clock. On another note, we have agreed with Chief Whips to be flexible in terms of time. So the session of Thursday will take place from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. The session on tomorrow is the usual time. Thursday, don't add your time. If you want to come 2 o'clock, just come 2 o'clock. But us will come 9 o'clock and we'll finish 1 o'clock. But those who want to come 2 o'clock, come 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. Agreed, ne? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any message from the head of state? Petitions? Reports of standing committees? Other reports and papers? Notices of questions? Oh, Honorable Mouton? Okay, if there are not, I think there are no questions. I can take maybe one or two. Yeah, Honorable Mouton. Honorable Mouton.
Okay, hi. So this is an urgent oral question to the Minister of ICT. So recently there has been another cybersecurity breach in the Namibian Airports Company where data has been leaked onto the dark web. So now my question is, the Cybersecurity Emergency Response Team, are they truly capacitated to prevent this and not just be able to respond after it's already happening? And do they do proactive penetration testing on all government systems and institutions to find vulnerabilities that can be exploited by these cyber criminals? Because I believe proactive is very important so that we can start defending the nation against these attacks. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister Emma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the Honorable Mouton for the question around the cyber incident that happened at the Namibia Airports Company at this point almost a month ago. Yes, indeed, it has been reported, and this is because the cyber incidents team was involved in trying to handle the situation. The Namibia Airports Company was unfortunately a victim of a ransomware cyber attack. This is being done with intention to extort from any institution that if you do not pay a particular ransom amount, the data will be released on the dark web. Sadly, as a policy of the state, there is no way we can negotiate or give ransom to cyber attackers. That would put a precedence of yielding to those who wish to terrorize not only institutions but also individuals of the state. And in doing so, unfortunately, that data was then put on the dark web. Thankfully, yes, the Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, the NAMCERT, has the capabilities and capacity in their best way to intercept that data, to try to ring-fence it and protect it before it gets into further bad hands that could have an impact on the airports company and any other entity that might go through the same attack. But I want to indicate here that the Cyber Security Incident Response Team does not unilaterally go into institutions and simply does diagnostic testing. It's collaborative efforts between institutions of the state or even private sector companies. Namibia Airports Company is one of a few that have been cyber attacked, including other private companies that were recently attacked. So it's up to companies to, one, allow the cyber response team to do diagnostic tests, incidents handling when a cyber attack happens, and the best way to ensure that that data is recovered. But they simply cannot do anything beyond their own capability. Once an attack has happened, it has happened. Once information has been stolen, it has been stolen. It's another thing to then try to recover it and to retrieve it and to then put stronger systems in place that the institution needs to, actually invest in. Put the right systems in place, do the right amount of training for employees to ensure that they have the safeguards in place to ensure that future attacks will not succeed, because like I always indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the attacks will happen. The attacks will happen. There's nothing in the NAMCERT's capabilities it can do to prevent an attack from happening. Yes, it's the nature of things. Somebody is going to try to rob your house, or somebody is going to try to rob a bank. It happens. There's nothing really you can do to not stop somebody from trying to rob. What you can stop them is whether they succeed in robbing. So here is the success in the data breach and the cyber attack. So again, I use this opportunity to call upon institutions. We have sectoral certs in the financial sector, in the energy sector, in all the other sectors. Institutions are welcome to engage with CRAN, where the NAMCERT is housed, for us to have better and bigger systems in place to protect our national data. But indeed, the cyber attacks will happen, Honorable Mouton, but we'll try our best to contain the situation when it does happen. I so submit, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I think, it's at a discretion, eh? And by virtue of time, I will say, you can take it after. Okay. You want? Yesterday. But you don't remind me. Obligation is on you. I thought you withdraw. You could speak with the responsible person. Honorable Venani. Unja?
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I crave for your indulgence and understanding to accept me asking the Right Honorable Prime Minister this important question. It was meant for Mines and Energy, but because it's a question that has national interest at heart, the Minister was just right now, and I think he has gone out to speak to his PA or something. But nevertheless, the question, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is that we have been hearing that Rossing mine has a 10% stake that they can bequeath to Namibians. And I know you have been a very strong voice after many years that is pushing for near or equitable empowerment to be on board. Is the government serious about seizing these opportunities and allowing the potential Namibian business people that wants this thing, and also expanding it to sectors such as housing, sectors such as what? Young people, young professionals, this and that, so that we don't lose the opportunity when Namibia can own a resource such as uranium that we don't own. So I want to know from you, if you are in the know, how are you dealing with this matter? Because it should be something that must take priority in government to make sure that we empower a number of Namibians through 10%. I'm talking about a stake of roughly 2 billion, 1.52 billion in terms of value. So I want to know, how is government monitoring the situation, and how are you insisting that these business people can come together and work out a framework where more and more Namibians can be empowered through this resource?
Thank you, Honorable PM. Right Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Comrade African. Honorable Member, that's now Okachuru Headman. It's a very good question, and I like your question. It's a question of national interest. It's a question that resonates with all of us for many years. You are correct. In answering your question,
Amuti.
In answering your question, yes, that conversation is there as it relates to ownership or shareholding uranium. As you know, we have less than 4% as a government, and there is then this about 10% of the South Africans, as it were, but acquired at the time of apartheid, which was as it was meant to be for the state. And in terms of succession, the law of succession, it ought to have been the stake of the succeeding state, in this case, the government of the Republic of Namibia. And also, in the law dictates, in so far as the shareholding structures of any business, when one that is a shareholder is trying to get out of that, they must offer it to others. And the expectation, therefore, naturally so, is that as and if and when they are contemplating such, and we have been made aware, we are discussing together, of course, the line minister and others, they are pursuing that route precisely to maximize Namibia's stake in roasting uranium, which is the right thing to do. And if then the state is not willing to take it up, of course, we can extend it to Okachuru headmen and all others that might have the financial capacity to do so. And finally, it is true, we must be deliberate and jealous in ensuring that we benefit as Namibia in reaping the fruits of the resources of the country, including, in this case, uranium. So you have asked a very good question. After this, we can have Mtete coffee.
Thank you very much. Honorable Karonda.
Notice of motion.
Oh, okay. We have disposed now of questions. Notices of motions. Honorable Angula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move in terms of Rule 124H, read with Rule 76(1)F of the Standing Rules and Orders, that Honorable Frederick Chitana be granted leave of absence starting today, 31st March 2026, until further notice due to urgent personal matters. I shall submit.
Thank you. Please table the motion. Honorable Karonda.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice in accordance with Rule 76 B and Rule 124H of the Standing Rules and Orders in Internal Arrangements that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Longinus Kalimbo Ipumbu, effective today until further notice.
Thank you. But it's only a party member that must do that.
Well,
No, it's just...
I can always...
You must quote the rule and say, where do you get it? No.
Shall I file it?
No, yeah.
Table it.
Okay.
Yeah, colleagues.
I thought you will challenge and say, but I read the rule, it does not say that. It's a the one-member team. Oh, that is now okay. Now that's a club, one-member club. Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, and leaders of various political parties, thank you very much. Good day, and thank you for the platform. Today, Tuesday, 31 March 2026, I hereby give notice that on Tuesday, 7 April 2026, I shall move that this August House discuss and agrees to table the motion to compensate affected farmers whose farms were raided and destroyed by the elephants. I so move.
Please table the... Thank you. Honorable Cooper.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 29, and 31 of the appropriation bill be in terms of Rule 159(1) of the Standing Rules, Orders, and Internal Arrangements not be interrupted if still under consideration at 6:45, but not later than 11:45. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Please table the motion. Honorable Kalola, can I? Honorable Kumbwa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move a motion without notice in accordance with Rule 76(1)(a) that leave be granted to Honorable Festus Thomas until further notice.
Thank you very much. It's the same club. The solo club has bundled them together, so they are very strategic. Okay. Honorable Venani. Pink paper. Oh, not.
Some of us are sophisticated, you know. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice. The Chief Whip of SWAPO must be taking notes that in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia and the rules of this House, that a member would cease to be a member of this National Assembly if he or she has absented him or herself for more than 10 days. Now, consistently, and I move that Honorable Minister of Justice, Labor, and all other matters has not been in this House for the last 15 days. Is he still a member of the House? Or has he been excused by the rules of the House? I so move and I table the motion.
Okay. You see, Honorable Senior, I will answer you. No, I think just come every day, then you will know. Because it was here, the record can show. That's why I'm saying just come every day. Yeah. Okay, that I have corrected you now. Yeah. Oh? The chief whip. Yeah, because the chief whip has done his job and the record are here. That one is word to mouth, but here I can prove with records. Thank you. Okay, we withdraw the motion. Ministerial statement. Reports of Committee of the Whole Assembly. That brings us now to orders of the day. The Secretary will read the first order.
Resumption of committee stage appropriation bill.
Does the Honorable Minister move that the Assembly go into the committee?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
It is moved that I leave the chair. Any objection? Who seconds? Okay. Agreed to. I will now call upon the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee to take the chair.
Yeah. The whole House Committee is called to order. The committee has to consider the appropriation bill P1 2026. When progress was reported on yesterday, 30th of March 2026, votes 8, 9, and 11 had been introduced, while votes 13 and 30 had been agreed to. For the introduction of votes, I now put vote 07, International Relations and Trade, 1,369,126,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister, Honorable my relative sister, Asipala Mujawi. Selma, please, Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I'm a little bit under the weather. In the event that the flu gets the better of me, I ask your indulgence to go through the remainder of my motivation in a sitting position.
Yeah, please,
But I will
please,
try.
please.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, in every country, a budget is a projection of the political, social, and economic trajectory, reflecting the reality of the time. Let me therefore express my appreciation to the Minister of Finance, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, and their respective teams for a realistic budget. I rise to motivate the budget of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade for the financial year 2026-2027, mindful of the current geopolitical situation, characterized by high tension, great power competition, the risk of a widening global conflict, increasing display of neo-colonial tendencies, and at times transactional detent. In this shifting geopolitical landscape, global competition is no longer confined to oil, but extends to critical minerals, as well as key technological inputs that will define future economic power interplay. We are also witnessing the emergence of what may be termed electrostate nations, whose influence is derived from their dominance in digital infrastructure and green technologies, thereby reshaping global supply chains. Increasingly, governments are becoming active players in the global economic arena, deploying tariffs, devising industrial policies and strategic interventions to secure national resilience and competitive advantage. On the continent, the situation in the eastern part of the DRC, Sudan, and other parts of Africa is of serious concern, as it undermines our collective efforts to achieve goals of the AFCFTA. In the Middle East, following recent attacks on Iran by the United States and Israel, there are already consequential spillover effects to international peace and security, as well as disruption of global trade. Amidst this global tension, the situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank are no longer on our TV screens, while the people of the sisterly Republic of Cuba are looking at the international community to stretch out a hand of humanity. Confronted by the current geopolitical tension and transactional approaches, some may ask, which path do we take at this crossroads of unprecedented uncertainty? Obviously, and at all times, we remain guided by Article 96 of the Namibian Constitution, which calls upon us to promote a just and equitable international economic order, peace and security, and cooperation among nations. We continue to uphold the principle that every nation has the sovereign right to determine its own path, free from external interference and dictate, in accordance with Article 2 of the UN Charter. In this era of geopolitical uncertainty, our strength lies in unity of purpose at home. The global situation warrants upholding the interests of our country and its people. While we may differ in opinions or approach, our collective purpose must remain clear and unwavering in order to effectively navigate these turbulent times. The deployment of our resources reflects this reality. While conventional diplomacy is increasingly challenged, we must remain vigilant, adaptive, and forward-looking. In our negotiations with our bilateral and multilateral cooperating partners, the protection and promotion of our national interests remain of foremost priority. This is a moment that calls on us to remain resilient and afloat, while staying true to the principles and values we are committed to advancing. In this regard, our diplomats and Namibian diplomatic missions serve as the first line of defense in identifying both opportunities and threats. It's therefore imperative that they are adequately equipped and fully supported to effectively discharge their responsibilities. While it is essential to strengthen our national capacity, it is equally important to deepen regional cooperation with our neighboring countries, with a strong emphasis on working closely together to strengthen our resolve as instability knows no boundaries. Our engagement with international cooperating partners should be guided by what best serves Namibia's interests and delivers the greatest benefit to our people, particularly the youth. The 7 aspirations and the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, shall always be our guiding beacon. Granted, the multilateral system is facing serious challenges as some countries increasingly turn inward, thereby weakening international institutions such as the United Nations. However, for Namibia, it is in our best interest to continue playing our part in strengthening multilateralism and supporting efforts to reform global governance and international financial institutions so that they can respond more effectively to the challenges of our time. The Ministry made significant strides with the 2025-2026 allocation. The Ministry facilitated inbound and outbound state and official visits to the SADC region, the US, UN, and from Botswana and India to strengthen cooperation and explore avenues for economic collaboration. Bilateral working visits, binational, intergovernmental, and joint commission sessions were convened aimed at strengthening bilateral relations and cooperation. The Ministry actively participated at multilateral engagements under the auspices of SADC, AU, Commonwealth, UN, TICAD, FOCAC, EU, AU, Russia, Africa, etc. These platforms provide an opportunity to build diplomatic alliances, advance cooperation, and to jointly confront and address regional and global challenges. Among the major achievements at SADC is the operationalization of the Southern African Center for Renewable Energy Efficiency, SACRI, which is to be hosted in Windhoek. At the AU, Namibia will continue to co-facilitate with Senegal the high-level panel on water. The theme of water is high on the agenda of both the AU and UN this year. Furthermore, our efforts to increase the number of Namibians at multilateral organizations have resulted in having a Namibian national appointed director in the office of the chairperson of the AU Commission responsible for trade matters. Our continued efforts to increase diplomatic presence in Namibia continues, with one country scheduled to open an embassy in the coming weeks. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, under the AFCFTA, Namibia successfully conducted ministerial regional business engagements across all 14 regions of the country. The Namibia Investment Promotion Bill and the Trade Management Bill are at an advanced drafting stage and also underwent extensive public consultations. This process reflects the government's commitment to developing legislation that balances investor protection with national development objectives while aligning with international best practices. During the 8th China International Import Expo, a Namibian SME signed a memorandum of understanding with a Chinese company to supply organic oils and baobab powder for use in cosmetic production. In addition, another Namibian company also was requested to deliver a container of 25 tons of organic marula oils. Depending on the success of this initial consignment, the agreement could evolve into a continuous supply arrangement, creating sustained demand for Namibian products in the Chinese market. Subsequent to our participation at the Intra-African Trade held in Algeria, Namibia successfully secured market access for her days to Canada and India. Furthermore, a Ghanaian company expressed interest in sourcing salt from Namibia, while another Namibian company successfully accessed the market of Zambia in exporting pasta. Of course, there were challenges. Low awareness and limited technical understanding among stakeholders, particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises, continue to hinder utilization of trade agreements. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the proposed total allocation for meat for 2026-2027 financial year budget is 1,369,126,000 Namibian dollars. 84% is earmarked for operational expenditure in pursuit of attaining the objectives of the ministry, while 16% is attributed to development budget. A total of 24,956,118 has been allocated to bilateral cooperation. With regard to multilateral relations, $9% has been allocated to this program. In the coming financial year, Namibia will continue to participate actively in major multilateral processes to ensure that policies that are adopted at the international level are advantageous to Namibia and not undermine our priorities and national interest. With regard to international trade and investment promotion, 10% has been allocated. Our focus will be on enhancing our international trade through diversification, unlock market access potential offered by AfCFTA, and enhance its position in the African trading landscape. We will prioritize key sectors such as agriculture, mining, renewable energy, and logistics, as well as trade in services, particularly tourism, business services, financial and creative industries. With regard to the mission, 69.5% is allocated to missions, while protocol will receive 22,058,207. With regard to policy coordination and support services, a total of 110,446, 387 Namibian dollars, which is 8% of the total budget, is allocated. In conclusion, the budget allocation I motivate will support the implementation of the priorities and activities outlined on priorities that reflect global political, diplomatic, and social-economic realities we live in. I shall be remiss, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, if I do not thank my Deputy, Honorable Jenely Matundu, the Executive Director, and the entire staff of MIT for their support. In conclusion, I herewith place before you, honorable members, for consideration and approval the budget of Vote 7 of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade for 2026-2027 financial year of 1,369,126,000 Namibian dollars to enable it to carry out its constitutional mandate. And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. I put vote 15, industries, mines and energy, 826,660 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister, Modestus Amche.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, honorable members of the August House, it is with much gratitude and privilege that I stand before this August House today
to present the estimates for vote 15 for the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy for the financial year 2026-2027. On the onset, let me state that the mandate of the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy is to promote industrial development and manage geological, mineral and energy resources for exclusive socio-economic development. Allow me to point out key innovative deliverables and milestones in the energy sector that the Ministry embarked upon over the 2025-2026 financial year. And I want to start with sustainable energy generation. During the period under review, our energy sector has made bold strides towards securing a sustainable, reliable, and modern energy future for our country. The progress we have achieved reflects our commitment to economic growth, regional development, and long-term energy independence. We created over 600 jobs in the energy sector, mainly for unskilled and semi-skilled workers, ensuring that Namibians, especially those in rural communities, benefit directly from the 40-megawatt biomass project near Tsumeb and the 100-megawatt Sores Cape solar power substation in Rospina and the 51-megawatt Omburu battery storage system near Omaruru. Several of our major transmission and substation projects have been completed, including the 132 kilovolts Namib-Diaz transmission line in the Karas region, together with its associated substation expansion works, the 130 kilovolts Sekel Dane substation in the Rongo region, and the upgraded Thomas 220 kilovolts substation in the Commerce region. And this upgrade strengthens our national grid and will improve the reliability of electricity supply in the regions. In the area of renewable energy, the Ministry, through its stakeholders such as NamPower, continues to expand its reach countrywide. The 51-megawatt battery energy storage system at Omburu will be completed by August 2026. Omburu. Yeah, thank you. And the 44-megawatt Diaz wind project by June 2026. Construction is well underway at the 100-megawatt Sores Cape solar power station in Rospina, which is expected to be in operation by December 2026, and the 40-megawatt biomass power plant at Oshikoto by June 2027. Looking ahead, the bidding process set by NamPower for the construction of the 120-megawatt solar independent power producer program is expected to be completed by June 2026. This initiative will provide opportunities for 6 private sector investors, each developing and operating a 20-megawatt solar plant under the 120-megawatt window. We will also begin construction of the 45-megawatt lithium battery energy storage system near Arandes, Erongo region, next year. These projects represent more than 8 billion in national energy investments mobilized through strong international partnerships. They will not only secure our energy supply, but will also stimulate local industries, create new employment opportunities, support skills development, and strengthen our ability to integrate clean energy into the grid. They will increase generation capacity from the current 759 megawatts to 903 megawatts between the 2026-2027 budget year. Regional energy integration remains a cornerstone of our long-term development strategy. The completion of the strategic 400 kilovolt Oraniamund transmission line strengthens our southern network and positions Namibia as a key player in the evolving regional power market. Building on this foundation, we are deepening cooperation with the government of Angola through two major cross-border initiatives, the 880 megawatt Baines hydropower project and the Angola-Namibia Transmission Interconnector, abbreviated as ANA. The government is accelerating the medium-term implementation of the ANA project within the next 2 years to import hydropower energy from Angola to provide affordable energy in Namibia. This project will help Angola to export its excess 2,000 megawatt hydropower through the Southern African Power Pool to the SADC region. And arrangements are advanced in this regard. Simultaneously, both the governments of Namibia and Angola remain committed to the long-term implementation of the Baines hydropower project and hope to reach a final investment decision on this project in 2026-2027 financial year. In line with the 6th National Development Plan, government has successfully established the strategic foundation for domestic nuclear power generation. During the 2026-2027 financial year, we will develop and finalize a higher-level roadmap for the implementation of the nuclear program. A key achievement this year was the formal cabinet approval to adopt the International Atomic Energy Agency milestone approach. This phased methodology ensures that Namibia builds a safe, secure, and regulated enabling environment prior to the construction of its first nuclear power plant. To lead this transition under the auspices of the Prime Minister's Office, we are establishing the Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization, abbreviated NEPIO. Once fully operational, NEPIO will be the central body responsible for overseeing the completion of Milestone 1, which involves conducting the pre-feasibility studies and the comprehensive readiness assessment. As part of our energy mix, Namibia has embarked on green hydrogen and ammonia projects to achieve green industrialization through companies such as Hyphen, Hiran, Oshivela, Daures Green Hydrogen Village, Clean Energy Solutions, CMB Tech Namibia, and others. In this regard, Oshivela and Clean Energy Solutions have already demonstrated early industrial application potential of green hydrogen in Namibia, while projects such as Zero Molecules and Daures Green Hydrogen Village are progressing on green ammonia and low-carbon fertilizer production. For the 2026-2027 financial year, several key activities are planned for implementation, and this includes the commissioning of a feasibility study to scope green industrialization opportunities, a study on the role of railway in unlocking green hydrogen or green industrialization sector, commissioning of socio-economic baseline studies, and developing a sectoral local content framework for SMEs. The above-cited energy projects and programs will enhance energy generation, regional power exchange, improve system stability, and unlock new opportunities for shared economic growth across our two countries. And I want to focus on enhancement of grid electricity connection. Expanding access to electricity remains one of the most direct and transformative investments we can make in our people and our economy. During the past financial year, the ministry was allocated 251 million for electrification, and I'm pleased to report that this allocation was fully utilized to connect close to 8,000 peri-urban and rural households in all 14 regions. This achievement was made possible not only through prudent expenditure, but also through deliberate efforts to leverage additional resources. On top of the Treasury allocation of 251 million, the National Energy Fund contributed 30 million, while regional electricity distributors and NamPower collectively mobilize over 120 million in co-financing, enabling us to extend impact beyond household connections. And through this combined effort, we electrified more than 80 previously unelectrified schools, as well as kindergartens, churches, and critical water infrastructure such as boreholes. Honorable members, we are already pursuing partnership through grant funding secured from the KfW Development Bank, Namibia, and then Namibia will implement electrification projects valued at approximately 140 million, expected to deliver an additional 4,000 to 5,000 connections under NORAD. While the mobilization of these projects took time, they demonstrate the importance and impact on concessional financing in accelerating access. Protection of Namibia's diamond industry. The diamond industry has been going through an exceedingly difficult period in terms of the international market price, which has plummeted due to geopolitical events such as the imposition of a 50% tariff by the United States of America on polished diamonds from India and 15% for diamonds from Namibia. And this, combined with other factors, caused what we can describe as a perfect storm of challenges, in addition to rising competition from lab-grown diamonds, which are not subjected to the same pressures, as well as decreasing diamond demand in major markets such as the USA and China. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I want to move to regulations of the downstream petroleum sector to ensure energy security, economic growth, and compliance. During the 2025-2026 financial year, the international prices of petroleum products, oil shipping costs, and the exchange rate between the Namibia dollar and US dollar were relatively stable, especially for a net importing country like Namibia, which explains why the fuel prices in Namibia did not fluctuate too much over the last financial year. However, as we have witnessed in the announcement that I made last week, which saw an increase in both petrol and diesel prices, that stability has been negatively affected by the ongoing USA and Israel war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Therefore, we remain seized with monitoring the ongoing global events and are taking precautionary measures such as the introduction of the bulk petroleum import coordination system, as well as potentially sourcing petroleum products on a bilateral country-to-country basis to counter the increasing oil prices and thereby caution Namibian citizens and businesses against such global shocks. Efficient and effective regulation of the mining industry for social economic benefit on locals. The mining sector is the cornerstone of the national economy, contributing significantly to the gross domestic product, foreign exchange earnings, and employment. During the 2025-2026 financial year, a total of 580 jobs were created. The sector generated over 64.7 billion in export earnings, while 1.4 billion was collected in royalty payments. The uranium and gold subsectors have overtaken diamonds and are now the top export commodities. This shift is primarily due to the strong global demand and high prices for uranium and gold. Exploration expenditure amounted to 121 million as license holders drive their efforts to delineate new resources and reserves to extend the life of mines, particularly in gold, copper, and uranium. Mapping of the Namibia geology and generation of geoscience data. For the 2025-2026 financial year, The Department of Geological Survey carried out detailed geological mapping in the Kunene region, covering a total of 7 maps. Furthermore, a geoengineering survey was carried out in the Karachi region.
Honorable Minister, sometimes the technicians automatically switch off when the time is expired, but maybe they haven't.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I will conclude now. I would move to the conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair, to say the total budget allocation to the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy for the 2026-2027 financial year is 826,660,000 Namibian dollars, and this allocation is divided into 506 million Namibian dollars for the operational budget and 320 million and 660 Namibian dollars for the development budget. And this allocation indicates a decrease of 25,507,000 Namibian dollars, which represents a decrease of 3% from the 2025-2026 budget of the ministry. The total operational budget of 506 million is allocated as follows: personnel expenditure 223,470,000, goods and other services 100,963,000, subsidies and other current transfers 176,067,000, and acquisition and capital assets 2 million, capital transfers 3.5 million. I will now present the budget allocations for each program as follows: promotion of local foreign investment in exploration 29,449,000, and I will go to the next, which is enhanced knowledge of Namibia's geological resource 74,922,000, and I go to the next, energy supply and security 328,068,000, and the last, protection of Namibia's diamond industry 24,900,000. Of course, petroleum supply and security 12,362,000, and trade promotion 119,075,000. We have also industrial and business development, and in the area of industrialization, the ministry through the Namibia Industrial Development Agency, NIDA, is pursuing the many projects, including the pipe manufacturing, construction and operation, valued at 390 million. And I would move then to the salmon farming, which NIDA will also undertake, project venture valued at 2.5 billion. Marble processing plant. And to conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would then move to the conclusion to say I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, and their respective teams for presenting a budget under the theme People, Productivity and Prudence, despite the challenging physical environment and significant pressure on financial resources. I now move that this motion be supported by this august House to consider and approve the sum of 826,660,000 Namibian dollars for both the operational and development budget of Vote 15 for the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. And I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put vote 16, Justice, 440,750,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by our Right Honorable Prime Minister. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you.
Multitasking.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members. I rise on behalf of Honorable Philemon Wise Emmanuel, the Minister of Justice and Labor Relations, to motivate vote 16. Under the Department of Justice for the 2026-2027 financial year. The proposed allocation amounts to 494,091,000 Namibian dollars. The department remains steadfast in its commitment to its core mandate, which is to uphold the rule of law, to protect human rights, and to be a model provider of accessible and timely legal services and justice for all Namibians. By ensuring service delivery, the department will assume its role in ensuring sustained economic development and maintaining social stability. In the 2026-2027 financial year, the department will intensify its efforts to enhance access to justice, particularly for vulnerable and indigent members of our society, by strengthening our legal aid service mechanisms and redouble our efforts in decentralizing essential services such as those proffered by the Master of the High Court. With the aforementioned in mind, I implore all Namibians that the department is resolute in its determination to work collaboratively with all stakeholders to build a justice system that is efficient, accessible, and responsive to the needs of every Namibian. The service centers under the department oversees important services, namely the administration of deceased estate, registration of trusts, legal aid, maintenance, investigations, legislative drafting, law reform, international cooperation in the sphere of bilateral and multilateral agreements, and community courts. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members. I will now expand on the key programs that carry a substantial financial budget, particularly those linked to high-cost service centers. Directorate Master of the High Court Program Administration of Justice. A total amount of 29,492,314 has been budgeted for the Directorate Master of the High Court. The Master of the High Court is responsible for managing and supervising the administration of deceased estates, liquidation and distribution of insolvent estates, oversees the appointment of executors, trustees, liquidators, and curators, registration and supervision of trusts, and the protection of minors and incapacitated persons' interests through the Guardians Fund. The Directorate currently has an average of 94.89% application processing rate, and we aim to maintain, if not improve, on this statistic. I'm pleased to announce that the setting up of a satellite office, as initially planned during the previous financial year, is now underway. The office is scheduled to be inaugurated in Katutura within the coming month and will offer services related to deceased estate and guardian funds. I'm also pleased to inform that the Customer Service Center at the head office is now fully operational. Furthermore, the department is in the process of upgrading the deceased estates and guardians funds case management system to improve service delivery. An additional deputy master position has been created, and the process of filling this position is nearing its completion. Once filled, the burden on current staff will eventually be alleviated and service delivery should improve. The department will still utilize law graduates to assist decongesting the backlog of files at the Directorate. For the current financial year, the Directorate will further improve digitalization through the upgraded case management system, training of staff, and streamlining of workflows to reduce delays in the finalization of deceased estates. Improving turnaround times will positively impact access to inheritance, which in turn will directly increase economic activity. Directorate Legal Aid Program Administration of Justice, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Members. Directorate Legal Aid has been allocated 82,757,987 Namibian dollars. The Directorate plays a vital role in ensuring access to justice for all, particularly for the vulnerable indigent members of our society. In providing access to legal representation, the Directorate ensures that the state upholds the constitutional rights to fair trial and equal protection under the law. Consequently, the principles of social justice, equity, and the rule of law are promoted by leveling the playing field in legal proceedings, which directly contributes to a more just and equitable society where rights are protected regardless of socio-economic status. I can report that during the 2025-2026 financial year, the Directorate received 9,352 legal aid applications, 6,768 criminal, 154 criminal appeals, 1,793 civil, and 791 divorce, of which 5,833 were granted, whereas 2,766 refused, and 1,397 applications are pending approval. This amounts to 57.6% approval rating for applicants, providing legal representation to indigent litigants in civil disputes, criminal defense, and family matters. Legal aid directly addresses inequalities in access to justice, ensuring vulnerable groups such as women, children, indigenous communities can access legal recourse. I'm pleased to announce that the civil unit within the Directorate has moved into larger office space, thereby increasing its capacity to attend to clients, which will amount to more clients being attended to. The Ministry is proud to announce that the operationalization of a new case management system and the Legal Aid Customer Self-Help Portal, which allows for online legal aid application and legal aid clients to track status of their application. Furthermore, enhancements have been made to the case management system, granting judges and magistrates viewing rights to verify the status of legal aid applications. I can further announce that the Ministry intends to establish legal aid hubs at police stations, correctional facilities, and magistrate courts throughout the country, where legal aid clients who do not have access to internet services may access online legal aid services. This initiative will require additional budgetary provisioning for it to be implemented. However, once implemented, service delivery will be tremendously improved. The Directorate invests in training and professional development of legal aid, lawyers, and staff on a yearly basis, and this year will be no different. Training of staff improves and maintains high-quality legal representation and advice, thereby enhancing effectiveness of service delivery. Directorate Community Courts Program Provision of Legal Services. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I will now expand on one of the vital aspects of the judicial system, which is often overlooked, but plays an important role in the adjudication and settling of disputes. Community courts enhance access to justice at the grassroots level and promote local dispute resolution. The courts offer an accessible and affordable means of resolving conflicts, particularly in rural areas where access to formal legal institutions may be limited. Ensuring that no Namibian is left without legal recourse. In so doing, these traditional courts alleviate the burden and caseload on the formal judicial court system. There are currently 42 recognized community courts, of which 37 are active. Welcome, Honorable Swartebon. By having a fully functional community court system, the principles of access to justice, good governance, and community empowerment are promoted. That is what Honorable Swarteboy wanted to hear. So these courts...
Is he listening?
These courts are accessible, affordable, and culturally appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms at the local level by addressing minor civil and criminal matters. These courts, which are established at the traditional level, utilizing traditional values and customary laws applicable to their respective communities, to adjudicate matters, promote reconciliation, social harmony, and community ownership of justice. Rulings by community courts empower communities to resolve their own disputes in a timely and efficient manner and enhance access to justice for the indigenous communities and rural populations who may face barriers to accessing formal courts. Notably, the Ministry has observed that case volume at the community courts continues to increase, and this is seemingly due to the effectiveness of these courts. During the 2025-2026 financial period, the community courts registered 2,785 cases and finalized 2,389 cases. This translates to 85.8% finalization rate. In this regard, I commend all those involved in the administration of community courts and encourage them to keep doing a good job. To ensure that community courts continue to operate effectively and efficiently, an amount of $3,820,000 Namibian was allocated towards infrastructural and operational development of the community courts, ranging from vehicles, photocopy machines, recording machines, etc. The overall objective for this allocation is to ensure that the court's infrastructure is upgraded and that the operational needs of these courts receive priority in order to create and provide a conducive working environment and deliver access to justice to the ordinary Namibian. Community courts are an underutilized form of delivering justice, and I encourage all Namibians who qualify to make use of this efficient mechanism for handling certain types of disputes, which ends up freeing resources in the formal court system. The Ministry has to date acquired a total of 11 vehicles, which were distributed to the following community courts: Masubia, Onganjera, Mayei, Maharero, Okwanyama, Kambadembi, Koronkadhi, Obambanderu, Ondonga, Shambu, and Ochikaoko, to the total of 6,444,344 $1,000.61. The vehicles are intended to enhance the operations of the courts. Directorate Witness Protection Program, Administration of Justice. The Ministry of Justice, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I seek your direction. Have they switched off? I continue.
Right,
The Ministry
Prime
of
Minister,
Justice.
how many pages do you have left?
It's not clear.
It's not clear.
Yeah. Sample clerk.
Yeah, we rely on the indulgence of the House, but you continue, please.
Especially many of them are lawyers.
Yeah.
Judges. The Ministry of Justice has operationalized the Witness Protection Act, number 11 of 2017, and has set up the Witness Protection Unit within the ministry. The objective of the legislation is to safeguard the lives of whistleblowers who are witnesses in criminal cases and whose safety is at risk. An amount of 50 million was allocated to Vote 16 for this purpose, and the entire amount was diverted to the unit for the full operationalization of the Act. The Witnesses Protection Unit plays a pivotal role in ensuring the integrity of our justice system as we combat crime. To bolster its capabilities, we have allocated resources towards expanding its personnel, enhancing training programs, and strengthening cooperation with law enforcement agencies. Our aim is to provide comprehensive protection to all witnesses, thereby encouraging greater participation of witnesses in the pursuit of justice. On capital projects, program cooperation and support services, in the 2026-2027 financial year, the following capital projects are earmarked for implementation: upgrading and renovation of Justicia building, a total amount of 50,750,000 Namibian dollars is budgeted to ensure that the aforementioned projects are completed. Upgrading of the Justicia building, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. The project entails comprehensive upgrading and renovations to the existing Ministry of Justice headquarters, which started in September 2024 and is expected to be completed in March 2027. Support Services Office of the Ombudsman, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, an amount of 26,549,105 is to be allocated to the Office of the Ombudsman. The Department of Justice will until the Ombudsman will continue to work until the Ombudsman bill is enacted, and it will continue to perform the supporting role it has done in terms of Section 9 of the Ombudsman Act 9 of 1990. In other words, in the interim, whilst the bill is still under review or process of preparation, the Department of Justice will continue to do what it has been doing in the meantime. It should be highlighted that this support is only administrative, and the department does not meddle or influence the day-to-day running of the office or its investigations. The impartiality and independence remain. The ministry therefore remains fully committed to ensuring the independence of the office of the Ombudsman. Once the bill has been passed into law and assented to by the President, this important constitutional body will be fully independent and extricated from the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations. Specific amounts allocated to each program, therefore, Program Justice Accessibility is 66,681,828 Namibian dollars. Promotion of Good Governance, 26,814,436 Namibian dollars. Policy and Coordination Support Services, 197,141,238 Namibian dollars. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members. In closing, I wish to thank Honorable Erika Shafuda, Honorable Ambassador Kaire Mbwende, and the technical teams of Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations, Ministry of Finance, and the National Planning Commission for the budget allocated Vote 16, Department of Justice. I further wish to thank members of this august House in anticipation of their support for the budget as proposed. The budgetary requirements outlined for the Department of Justice for the 2026-2027 financial period are not merely requests for expenditure, but rather strategic investments in the foundational pillars of social justice, the rule of law, and the protection of human rights. The allocations sought are essential to empower the ministry to effectively execute its core mandate, ensuring that all Namibian citizens, regardless of their circumstances, have access to a fair and equitable justice system. This includes strengthening legal aid for the vulnerable, enhancing the efficiency and reach of community courts, modernizing the operations of the Master of the High Court, and driving crucial law reform initiatives. Insufficient funding in these key areas would have far-reaching negative consequences, potentially hindering our national development agenda, eroding public trust in our institutions, and undermining the very principles upon which our nation is built. We therefore respectfully urge your favorable consideration, recognizing the indispensable role of a well-resourced and effective Department of Justice in building a just and equitable society for all Namibians. We are committed to efficient and accountable utilization of these resources to deliver tangible benefits to the Namibian people and contribute meaningfully to the nation's progress. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, we were supposed to have a health break, but I would once again use that word, beg your indulgence, for us to conclude the introduction of the votes and continue with vote 29, and soon thereafter we could and we will go on a break of 15 minutes. Do I have your concurrence? Yes. Thank you. Who's? You. Oh. It's a birthday girl. Happy birthday. I put vote 29, Information and Communication Technology, 682 million Namibia dollars, for introduction by Honorable Minister Emma Theophilus. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The birthday was on Saturday, but I'm still celebrating the birthday.
I thought so.
Yes, indeed. So thank you very much for the birthday wishes. The big 3-0. So I'm a senior member of the House now. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members. I have the honor to rise this afternoon to present the 2026-2027 financial year budget for the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. I thank the Minister of Finance and the DG of the NPC and their teams for preparing a balanced budget amidst many competing priorities. Let me take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the management and staff of the Ministry of ICT and our newly appointed ED, Mrs. Linda Nakale, who showed commitment in the last 12 months in executing the mandate of the ministry. Together with our public enterprises, we maximized efforts in our quest to deploy ICT services and infrastructure, as well as ensuring access to information as a fundamental human right. According to the International Telecommunications Union's ICT Development Index report of 2025, digital development continues to advance steadily, with Africa experiencing the momentous growth compared to its peers. Similarly, Namibia's ICT IDI score rose to 73.2%, which is an improvement from the 68% score in 2023. And in this shows progress in our digital transformation journey as we move towards policy reform initiatives, infrastructure rollout, and the deployment of latest technologies. As you may know, our digital transformation agenda is premised on our approved national digital strategy spanning from 2025 to 2029, which is a comprehensive blueprint for the country to harness digital technologies for economic growth, social inclusion, and overall societal advancement. With the world being prone to the negative effects of climate change, Namibia is not spared as we experience high temperatures, severe droughts, floods, and wildfires. Therefore, the Ministry developed the National Emergency Telecommunications Plan to ensure reliable communication during times of crises, which enables quicker responses and protecting livelihoods and infrastructure. Another notable guideline to the ICT sector is the National ICT Policy, also that we finalized in 2025 and currently being implemented. This policy's goal is to expand digital infrastructure, reducing data costs, and strengthening cybersecurity. All the aforementioned documents and guidelines are important and require a multi-sectoral approach in order to drive economic development through a secure digital economy. Therefore, towards the end of 2025, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, the sector witnessed the transition from physical to eSIMs with the launch of the Universal Service Fund, the introduction of 5G technology, and the first indications that low Earth orbit satellite technology will be introduced soon. Spectrum licenses were issued for the deployment of low Earth orbit satellite services to 4 small-scale operators, which is a technology capable of offering data connectivity meeting broadband quality of service standards for a country such as ours. With this technology, we can potentially narrow the digital divide by expanding access to ICT services to the rural and underserved areas of Namibia. One such licensing, which is most recent, is the Eutelsat OneWeb, which is a low Earth orbit satellite service, which was recently licensed by the regulator. As part of our ministry's mandate to ensure access to government information and services, we have undertaken to continue conducting quarterly social media audits to monitor government's usage of and presence on all social media platforms. Social media has emerged as a powerful communication tool driven by technological advancement and the widespread accessibility of mobile networks in the country. Indeed, the Ministry of ICT will continue to pursue the monetization of social media platforms in Namibia on behalf of Namibians. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as we move into the business of the day, I wish to inform this August House that the Ministry of ICT received a total appropriation of 682 million Namibian dollars for the 2026-2027 financial year. As usual, these funds are earmarked towards the Ministry's operational and capital expenditure, including subsidy provision to the Namibia Press Agency, NAMPA, Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, and the New Era Publication Corporation, NEPC. The first program, which is Information and Communication Technology Development, will be allocated an amount of 17,416,000 Namibian dollars. Program 1 will support the continued operations of the Namibia Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, NAMCERT for short, which operates as a specialized unit under the Communications Regulatory Authority of Namibia. This serves as a national hub for cybersecurity coordination, incident response, and cyber resilience enhancement. NAMCERT plays a central role in safeguarding the country's digital environment. To ensure the long-term viability of this mandate, funds will be advanced to NAMCERT's operational and strategic needs. This funding will facilitate the implementation of the near-finalized cybercrime bills and advance key national cybersecurity initiatives, including the establishment of a 24-hour security operations center to conduct a national cyber drill and the foundational work required to develop a national digital forensics laboratory. Together, these initiatives aim to strengthen the country's ability to protect critical infrastructure and information systems. Additionally, the Ministry will continue to implement our national cybersecurity strategy and awareness-raising plan to promote safer online behavior and instill a culture of cyber hygiene among citizens as these issues still persist. Children are increasingly connected to the internet, mostly without the supervision of adults, which poses them to cyber risks. On this basis, the Ministry of ICT developed the Child Online Protection Tool to guide and provide strategies to children, parents, caregivers, and educators on preventing and responding to child online abuse and exploitation. Furthermore, the program caters for the development and implementation of responsive ICT policies and laws, as well as to coordinate ICT infrastructure development as we strive to bridge the digital divide. Honourable members, last year I stood amidst you and made a commitment to finalize the Data Protection Bill, as well as the Cybercrime Bill and amendments to the Communications Act. This process has taken much longer than anticipated, understandably so due to the rigorous lawmaking process, which involves multiple consultations, scrutiny, debates, which are all essential to ensure the production of quality legislation that can stand the test of time. Be that as it may, and with profound conviction that indeed we have made some level of progress, especially with regards to the Data Protection Bill, we remain committed to push them through for finalization and tabling. At this juncture, it is prudent to express our gratitude to the support we receive from the Ministry of Justice and Labour, who are tasked with drafting these intricate laws. As per NDP 6, the Ministry of ICT is mandated to accelerate the nationwide rollout of digital infrastructure. Therefore, an amount of 78 million Namibian dollars is budgeted for the deployment of network towers. These towers will be constructed across various regions to ensure network coverage reaches the most remote areas and to ensure that the most vulnerable are connected to the internet. This is under the Universal Service Fund policy that ensures that no community is left behind, with targeting network towers near schools and clinics. In addition, this would also include free public Wi-Fi at said schools and clinics for a period of 7 years. Moving on, Program 2 speaks to the Government Information Services, which will receive an allocation of 31,373,000 Namibian dollars to coordinate government communication and effectively communicate government policies, programs, and projects to the public through various platforms. In the new financial year, the Ministry will continue to strengthen public education campaigns on the ethical use of social media, cybersecurity, online trafficking, the hashtag NGBV Namibia, and the National Symbols campaign through the Nationhood and National Pride program. We also, through these interventions, we work closely with the Ministry of International Relations and Trade to ensure that the Brand Namibia strategy is finalized in order to help position Namibia's image as a destination of choice for tourism, trade, and investment. In addition, honourable members, to ensure no one is left out in the quest to disseminate government information, the Ministry recently published its first edition of the translated Namibia Review magazine, which depicts topical developmental issues in various local languages, which will be distributed widely among the remote areas where citizens struggle to get information in their desired languages. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, honourable members, this program also caters for the New Era Publication Corporation, which will receive 22,500,000 Namibian dollars as the entity continues to carry out its mandate to ensure credible developmental information reaches Namibians across the country. The next program, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, is Program 3, Multimedia Services, which will be an allocated amount of 452,102,000 Namibian dollars to facilitate seamless digital information dissemination and provide a centralized platform for government communication. And under this Program 3, honourable members, the Ministry promotes and supports the growth of the national arts and creative industry, and that is why, with the film sector support, we have allocated 8 million Namibian dollars to the Namibia Film Commission Secretariat. This will cater for capacity development through film and video development, which is aimed at enhancing skills, technical expertise, and professional capabilities of local talent to build a sustainable and globally competitive industry. Furthermore, the Ministry intends to amend the Namibia Film Commission Act, Act number 6 of 2000, and subsequently draft its associated regulations as part of the NFC's autonomy project, which will ensure sustainability and formalization of the film industry. Additionally, an amount of 335,300,000 Namibian dollars will be allocated to the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation for their operations. Moreover, the national broadcaster also launched its localized documentary series and segments focused on entrepreneurial and vocational success stories to boost local content production and create employment through its drama school. Program 3 also allocates a funding to the Namibia Press Agency, which is earmarked to receive 22,506,000 Namibian dollars for the development and dissemination of information and news products, both locally and abroad. This is in addition to the merger between the Namibia Press Agency and New Era in this financial year, in order for the two agencies to be combined and to allow less. Honorable members of this August House, last but not least, an amount of 172,007,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated to Program 4, responsible for coordination and support, rendering corporate support services to the Ministry, ensuring its efficient and effective management of general administration. Furthermore, this program is allocated a total of 16 million Namibian dollars under our development budget for the construction of our regional offices, which are present in all 14 regions, complementing both New Era, NAMPA, and NBC in news coverage and housing these entities under our roof. Our services in the regions also extend to the provision of multimedia services to all government entities, a function that has been on high demand. These funds will also be used for the final account and retention payment of the MICT Harda Regional Office, which is expected to be concluded in the next quarter, and for the start of the construction of the MICT Kunene Regional Office. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, during her maiden State of the Nation address, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah tasked the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology to develop a database of information communication technology professionals and skill sets that are available in the land of the brave. The Ministry is pleased to report to this August House that this database has been developed with the assistance from a local IT company, Goldstone Software Institute, and indicated their willingness to develop the database on behalf of the Ministry. The database has been undergoing rigorous testing over the past few weeks to identify technical issues and is right now ready for deployment. With these remarks, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I try to be very economical with my time. Please allow me to submit Vote 29 to this August House for perusal, for discussion, and of course, endorsement. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, if you probably could avail copies, either electronically or hard copies, for the benefit of the House, please. Thank you. Honorable members, may we now rise for a break. It's now 16:23, around about 16, quarter to 5, eh? Quarter to 5, yeah, please. Thank you. Please take your seat. Right Honourable Prime Minister, you may take your seat, sir. Honourable members of this august House, maybe just a little bit of ground rules before we embark on discussions of the votes that are due for discussions today. I am pleading on your understanding that we allocate 1 hour, but it's entirely in your hands. I'm just putting it across as a starting point. 1 hour per vote. But if you are not in agreement, we can adjust it. But 1 hour per vote. Let's check how many votes we have. 3. Then we are talking about the total sum of 3 hours. And then the response from the respective ministers would probably be, again, how many hours do you need, Minister? 40 minutes? 15 minutes. So it's 45 minutes plus 3 hours is less than 4 hours that we will be engaging ourselves today. 4 hours what? It's not realistic. What is realistic, Honourable Muton? Let me hear your voice, your proposal. What is realistic?
I'm just... Thank you, the Deputy Speaker.
Yes, please.
No, I think depends on the type of vote. Because if you take National Council, took us 20 minutes, but then Health took us much longer. So I don't see us fixing it. I can see us trying to go quicker, but when the motion was stated, it was stated that we go up until we are done with the vote. So depending on the vote. So I don't think we can fix it in an hour. We can attempt, but I don't think it is realistic.
Thank you. Well, we are merely just trying to find a mode of that will not keep us here until the wee hours of next morning. That's all we are trying to do. And then, you know, the longer you spend discussing something does not necessarily mean that at the end of the day you would have been productive. I'm just trying to get, how do we move forward? Because move forward we must. Yeah. Okay, good suggestion. Now for the discussion, I put vote 08 Anti-Corruption Commission.
Defense.
Huh?
This is an old one.
No, but they gave me an old one. This table is not.
The new one.
Where is the new one?
This one.
They are trying to get me into some kind of a situation here. I will deal with them eventually. Why do you give me that one? In that almost. And you can no case Is it this one?
08 Defense.
No, but where is the one like this for today?
Defense 01.
So you didn't prepare one like this? Huh? Beg your pardon. What is today? 31st. I now put vote 08 Defense for discussion. Any discussions? Honorable Venani will be followed by Honorable Amutenya, Aikola, Kangulu, in that order.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I rise to give a few commentary on our defense, realizing that the geopolitics in the world is seeing nations being destroyed by surgical lobotomy of warfare that are destroying infrastructure, leadership, and we have not seen military warfare in this kind of fashion, where even the Second World War, First World War, there was nothing like this, where you have a country says we are going to kill Mobita tomorrow and they kill Mobita tomorrow. So our defense mechanism. He's the Minister of Defense. He wanted to be Defense Minister.
I assume it's hypothetical.
So when people are dying, he will be the first.
Yes, Ayatollah.
So what we are seeing in the world, in the geopolitics in the world, tells us that we must do something about our defense mechanism. And I agree with that notion. The ones that are killing Anu, and they are Americans. They are killing. But we have a number of problems at defense. While we support the geopolitics and our strategic preparedness, one of the issues at Program 1, or just broadly, Mr. Minister, now that everyone is a woman who's a minister, now I'm calling you Madam, but my dear cousin, Tateka Pofi, cattle rustling in Zambezi. Defense is failing us at that scope. You are not protecting people's cattle where you could protect, because it's very easy to protect those cattle with the kind of capacity that we have. So what are you doing to do more protection of cattle rustling between Zambia and Namibia, in the Zambezi region in particular? I'm very glad that I'm seeing some progress after lamenting a number of years about uniforms being manufactured here. I'm hearing that we are manufacturing a strong element of our uniforms here. Very good. I want to know from you, Mr. Minister, the farms that we own as camps, who is grazing in those farms? Last time we had a big fight with Tatekambulu, who is our head of defense there. I want to see whether there is an improvement there. But coming to the issues of Land Operations Program 2 and airspace, and I want to dovetail them together. And it's the fact that we need to give resources to the Army to buy different kind of military equipment for different kind of warfare. I had a private discussion with the President of the country, and I've advised her, as the Commander-in-Chief of our country, that we need to do things differently than the old ways. Because the war now is no longer fought by armies, they are fought by drones, by new military equipment, and we must be there. So I think resources in that regard, when you come probably during the midterm budget, we would want to hear from the Ministry of Defense, what is the strategic approach that you are approaching for us to get drones in the country, for us to get warfare? And I'm not very interested in drones, I'm interested in equipping Namibians to create our own drones in this country, so that we send people to universities to go and research these products so that we can start manufacturing them ourselves. And radar systems, solar panels, and what have you. Those are the direction that the Army must take. Now, on the question of offshore defense, here I have a very strong opprobrium that I need to raise with the Army. And that's the fact that our marine resources are being plundered under your watch, Tateka. The diamonds in the south that are being mined there have created luxurious towns in South Africa due to things that are being stolen. I raised these issues with the President too. And she agreed with me that there is plundering of our diamond resources. So how can we equip? How much money do you need for the Army to help protecting our marine offshore diamonds that are being mined and being stolen by foreign companies that are there? The same with from Cape Freya. We are seeing our fish also being plundered. So how much does the Army need from us? Come to us. I serve in the Committee of Security. Come to us so that you tell us how much do you need so that we help you, so that we can't allow the plundering of our resources. My time is really running. and I have a number of issues. On policy coordination, August 26 is not leaving my radar, because I've been very consistent on you giving us reports on August 26. You can't hide the reports from me. In fact, I'm about to take you to the Ombudsman. If I don't get my way, I'll go to court. You need to release those reports. How bad they are, and I know they are very bad. Let's have it. And then from there, we'll build a new confrontation. But I'll be holding them from me. You are just misusing the power.
Honorable Mavenani, the mic switches off automatically in there. Who's the next? Honorable Amutenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Really, from the onset, I should just appreciate the Honorable Minister for presenting this budget. However, I think is to also acknowledge that the defense have really safeguarded our peace, and by that have created conditions in which we can flourish as citizens, and at which economic activities can thrive, and our people in this country can prosper. I just want to attend to Program 1, which speaks on training and capacity building. And it's actually great that the seniors, including our generals, are up there. And it's very much important that they take note of this message that I have here, because under that program we have 700 million which is allocated, and I really recognize the commitment for the ministry to ensure that the force remain modern and capable with high performance and very much responsive, and that can obviously be achieved when you have a certain standard of basic education as an entry requirement to the recruitment of our young people in the force. But I have a problem with the age ceiling that we have set up in the defense. The previous advert speaks about the age between 18 and 30, with a grade 12 with 25 points, or with grade 11 with 25 points, with grade 10 with 25 points as well. But the whole ceiling of the age, and I think for the office cadet, they are talking about 18 to 25 years. But we have young people who have the required academic requirements that we have here that I've spoken about, who are unemployed between the age of 31 to 35, to 35, and even crossing until 40. However, they are excluded from getting into the force. In fact, we have neglected also the age of from 40 going up. In fact, even 40, 42, these are people that can serve the force for actually 20 years, like they share them, the generation of share. They can actually serve the force for 20 years before retirement, and they can still be productive to the force, okay? Because they have the stamina, they have the energy, and they can still do the work. So most of them have really, they've applied for these positions many times. However, they have been rejected, because of the number that is required, but they have the capacity to serve the force. We also have the TVET graduates, really, that might not have the academic requirements that we have spoken about here, but they have the skills. For instance, the plumbers, the electricians, the welders, because the question is, in the bases that we have, who is dealing with the welding, who is doing the plumbing, and all these things. If we are to consider them, getting them into the system, then they will be the ones doing this technical work. And we have actually even those, including the children of the liberation struggle, that can still serve, right? They can still serve. They can actually be drivers, they have driving licenses, they can serve in the force, they can become cleaners, they can also get an opportunity to get into this one. They can actually also serve into the anti-poaching programs, operations, where these sophisticated skills are not required. These people can still serve. So what I'm trying to say here is that, Honorable Minister, let's make sure that all our age group have an opportunity to serve the force. The age ceiling is something that we must consider and possibly have a special. In fact, Honorable Minister, there was an aspect of the special recruitment that have run some years back, where most of those that do not have the qualifications were taken into the force. Can we review bringing that back so that that age group can be taken into this. Otherwise, I support the vote, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Aikola.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable.
Yeah, we can calm down.
Protect me.
We
And
may
my
calm
time,
down,
please.
eh?
My time. No, I'm individual. My time, please. No, I haven't started, so it must go. But yes, thank you very much, Deputy. I would like to add my contribution based on what we are observing when we see geopolitics taking role, and we are also seeing that no one is safe. We have seen what happened in Venezuela, and looking at Namibia that is also having oil, there is no difference between Venezuela and Namibia. So even us, we can experience the same thing. But when I saw that, I realized that which area should I focus on when it comes to this vote? I went to see the loopholes in Air Force. Okay, the gaps, not to say necessarily the loopholes, but the gaps. So when we recently visited Rwanda with our Committee of International Relations, we realized how Rwandan government take the force very serious. And this is what we want for the government, for this government to do. Now, we might sound like, no, those are just oppositions, they are not well informed, but war doesn't discriminate. So if war comes today, Honorable Minister, my family and your family may be the victim. And this is the reason why I'm very happy to see that Air Force this year was given 439 million. And I also went to see what is the mission of Air Force. The Air Force is to defend air sovereignty, protect Namibia's territorial airspace and national interest. And the vision, it is to possess modern, reliable air assets to meet current and future security challenges. Now, Honorable Minister, we have seen that in our country, we are relying more on civilians' radar system. And this needs to be changed because the civilian radar system does not even detect missiles. So if the military gets or have its own radar system, it means that it will be able to detect, track, and measure the speed, the distance, and direction of objects or enemy aircraft operating effectively in all weather conditions. This means that we will be able to see which enemies are in the aircraft, and we should be able to defend them, and defend our country. So in another word, Honorable Minister, we need to have our radar system so that we can be able to detect the enemies that are in the territory of our country. Secondly, we need to have sufficient attack helicopter, interceptors, and trainer fighter aircraft. Yes, very ready. We need to fight the enemy because nobody is safe. We are not safe. Okay? So this will help the force to intercept enemy aircraft in our territorial airspace, to protect and fulfill the mission and the vision that I have read here. And I'm sure Honorable Kalangula will also agree with me. Last but not least, Honorable Minister, yes, the Air Force bases. It's very important to note that before independence, actually researchers have shown that before independence, the Air Force were stationed in areas at the borders, such as Katima Mulilo, Rundu, in Ocho, Ondangwa, in the southern area as well. But it's not a case
for the current Air Force as we speak. So, Honorable Minister, with that being said, as an organization or as a ministry, you should focus on maintaining a ready, disciplined, and technological advanced force capable of rapid global mobility, precision engagement, and air superiority to fly, fight, and win in the air. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Haikola. Honorable Gangulu, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I also would like to make my intervention in this very important vote. A vote that the allocated amount of 7.53 billion compared to 7.48 in the previous year. Though this amount seems not that sufficient, I still want to indicate that if it is used efficiently or spent efficiently and accountably, if every cent of this particular allocation is put to good use, we will definitely see the improvement of what many, those that spoken before me, realized. I want to move with the Honorable Minister with the property rental. Very critical. I'm a little bit concerned. Security-wise, also, to rent in those civilian buildings. Are we not compromising security of our information, of our personnel, and so? And at the same time, why don't we truly move towards ensuring that we are able to have our own infrastructure, our own building, our own office space, and so? That is very critical because the amount we put in those rentals are very, very critical, Honorable Minister. The vote 8, main division 2, August 26, manufacturing, PTY, RTD. What happened, Honorable Minister? I never read anything, whether this particular organization or otherwise subsidiary is no longer, because it is a zero budget for this particular term or year, 2026-2027, and a zero on 2027, 2028, and 2028, 2029. What happened? Considering that during 2024-2025, it has allocated an amount of 12 million, and in 2025-2026, amount of 3.7, and the certain, it seems as it's no longer in existence. Can we get clarity in that regard? AgroChoa, yesterday during your motivation, I was very grateful to hear that perhaps you will see the ministry supplementing its own food expenditures in that regard, able to feed those soldiers with their own or with our own fruits, vegetable and all, as you indicated. Not only that, but even milk that they can be able to supply. It's a good move in terms of considering that we took the correctional service approach. And I was impressed when I read somewhere, since as you were at the correctional service somewhere and you were involved, Honorable Minister, in the development of this project of the correctional service, we have no doubt if that 22 million that is allocated for this particular project should truly be put to good use. The problem that we have, particularly in our uniform sector, is accountability. Honorable Minister, if we can truly ensure that the military or defense can also contribute to socio-economic development, not just to be spending tools and all that, but at least supplement also to the socio-economic. I think I will come back because my time is a little bit moving and I still have some more points. I will come back with the remaining points. Thank you.
Honorable, who's the next one? Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I would rise now to contribute on this vote 8 of defense and perhaps just remind my counterpart who is not here. This is the one you can call sensitive, not the other one that I asked previously. But of course, based on public opinion on this particular matter of defense, the sensitivity is also dependent on the commander's conduct in public eye. Otherwise, people wouldn't ask so many questions. But to get on the budget itself, the budget got 7.5 billion Namibian dollars, and 92% of that goes to operational budget, leaving 8% that goes to development budget. Now, this is a meager amount of money that goes to development budget, and it is rather a concern. Why do I say so, Honorable Minister? In your motivation, you said 1,500 young people will be recruited up until 2029. And that will set to increase the operational budget to a certain extent over this period of these 5 years, or 4 years rather. And then at the same time also reduce the development budget further because we do not have sufficient revenue as it stands. I would also perhaps continue to say that the defense force, and I caution here, should not be used as an employment agency. This degrades on professionalism, and it gives us quantity over quality. I also want to support on your motivation that you gave in paragraph 22 on page 13 on professionalism. This is one of the solutions to look into, perhaps if we take that approach. As I continue on the farms, Honorable Minister mentioned one of the farms. I believe there are plenty other farms that are vast in size that we can perhaps also utilize for crop production to feed these different bases on that. And with that, we look towards agro-tour, and we shall continue to keep our watchful eye on the progress there too. Now, Honorable Minister, if you check on page 98 on the expenditure in that elaboration, it motivates that the air wing, I understand we no longer have air wing to do it. So there is an error here, perhaps the Honorable Minister of Finance could look into that also to assist with this type of typos. It might mislead, because an air wing and air force, the difference is based on the strength therein. And also on page 100, it's also referred to maritime wing. That is also one of the misleading statements that are there. Development budget. The Air Force, no indication thus far of any development budget, neither in the Navy. It suggests that the Army gets 19.6%. We need to look towards protection in the airspace and on the shore. Perhaps we need to look into upgrading our radar systems currently, and of course to give our early warnings detections on what's happening there too, and then place strategically. But it's very difficult to elaborate in this instance. I would want also to say that I would want to speak more on the Denel in comparison to August 26. Denel is a South African state-owned enterprise that brought us a Roy Falk, one that the Apache took benchmarking on. One of the best attack helicopters in the world at the time. And they also developed drones that are very sophisticated in the SADC region and Africa. But to compare to August 26, we are constructing schools and houses. The same with WMF. Where is our concentration here? This that we, state-owned enterprises that we come up with, but they focus completely out of their mandate. This is a problem. We have 300 million on research and development, but we are not using it, especially in the times of fighting warfare in the air and in the sea, on our coastal line. These are the things we need to look into, especially now that we are looking to recruit youngsters that are more privy to technology that we are living into. We perhaps need to upgrade ourselves technologically through that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Honorable Ipumbu Lucia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. And I want to first and foremost support the vote of my honorable colleague, Honorable Kapofi. I want to start by appreciating the allocation to program number 4, which is a military health support program, with a specific focus on capacitating public infrastructures, as we are talking about capacitating public hospitals. Honorable Minister, I look at the allocation of the amount as given there. I want to believe that this allocation would make provision for the renovation of our Cybersecurity Military Hospital. I know it's a few years ago when the fire engulfed there, and as I drive past on my way to cabinet meetings, I see we still to renovate and to improve those structures. And we know that our soldiers need privacy, especially when it comes to their health and treatment thereof. So I want to believe it's allocated therein, and if not, most probably the Honorable Minister of Finance to consider to allocate funds for renovation of that Cybersecurity hospital. Moving on, and also to talk to the appreciation that I want to extend on the ministry's extension in terms of the mandate. Soldiers, people complain sometimes that at times when there is no war, they are not kept busy. But August 26, that is being referred to as the builder of houses and other things, for us, as the Ministry of Home Affairs, we are extending our utmost appreciation to August 26. Last week, we inaugurated the state-of-art office in Kavango West of the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is well built in a cost that is contained. And again, the Omashete police station that were built by August 26
Please respect
on the
the
reasonable
honorable
cost,
member on the
and
floor.
that would assist us to contain the expenses. And as we move on, we would want really to
It has choice, so
comment
please
that
just respect her.
we capacitate August 26 for assisting especially government project on that regard. And another arm is your program on food production, which assists in not only absorbing the trainees of National Youth Council, National Youth Service, but also the children of the liberation struggle. We are seeing how it's growing, and the hectares that are allocated for production, and the expansion in terms of the herd of cattle produced. This is leading us to self-sustenance in terms of food production, not only for the bases, but for the country at large. And this is the way to go. And I really want to commend the minister and the team for a job well done on that space. And also to bring on board the community of Mankupi, who have benefited from casual
work that has been extended to them so that they benefit not only in terms of employment but also on the production that is to be shared with them. On that note, I submit the vote, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Ipumbu. Honourable Balotti.
I need to do a Venani here.
Be followed by Honourable
Deputy Chair
Steenkamp and
of the Whole
Honourable
House Committee.
Gurare.
Allow me to equally commend the Honourable Minister and his team for a job well done. I wish to make reference to specifically, it's page 89, but acquisition of capital assets, budget line operational equipment, machinery and plant. The amount is 635 million, which is budgeted for. And I note construction as a budget line for 287,500,000. Now, Honourable Minister, similar to Honourable Ipumbu, I also passed by the Seidohof military base, and I believe it's called the Tobias Hanyeko military base. And this is where the new defense headquarters is being constructed. Now, Google could only tell me that the construction commenced in mid-2010s, around 2012, 2013. Now, the budget constraints and balancing on costs, equally slow implementation cycles, perhaps some adjustments to scope. I think the question, Honourable Minister, that I wish to put forward, in 2022 there was a parliamentary standing committee or oversight committee that raised concerns that the project should have been further along. And as we know, we are in 2026. But the issues raised from that parliamentary oversight committee spoke to stop-start funding and slow execution. And therefore, Honourable Minister, my contribution is really to gauge whether that operational equipment, machinery and plant budget of 635 million possibly is being earmarked to the completion of this headquarter. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timekeeping. Honourable Steenkamp? Oh, is it? Yes. You didn't ask for the floor? Oh, okay. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Followed by Honourable Mulunga.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputies Chair of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members. Mine will be brief within 5 minutes. Firstly, there's a page where, Honourable Minister, you're speaking of the changing the drums of geopolitical scope. Saying so, knowing the transformation our army, or in this case defense force, has undergone from People's Liberation Army and merging with the others that were here to make a national army. I want to commend you, Honourable Minister, and your team for putting together a budget that speaks to the future, that recognizes the challenges that we face today. And on that note, also to commend those who have been friends. Russia for sending a tanker to deliver oil to Cuba. That is geopolitics. You remain with your friends. You remain with your friends, and you should not forget them. So therefore, when we attended Grootfontein 35 years celebration of NDF, we saw young people who were able to fly sophisticated equipment, and they were able to flip, and go all over the place because they combine discipline, they combine academic, and they combine ingenuity, and they combine patriotism. And what we saw is a melting pot of all Namibians. So therefore, when I see engineering regiment on page, yes, the one that is speaking of August 26 and engineering regiment. In other words, we must have an army that is fit for purpose. An army that I think, Honorable Minister, we must begin to speak to a modern soldier. A soldier for this time wherein we are. A soldier that is able, or an army that is able to be called upon at a second's notice when there are disasters. An army that can be able to construct. And therefore, Honorable Karangura, you were mentioning of August 26, you should also mention Machine Fabric and SATCOM. Because the modern warfare requires all this sophistication. Yes, yes. So what you call it, the drones. Yes, let's have the drones, including the Bluetooth drones. Yes, add value so that that night flying can become a sophistication that we can use in the modern warfare. So, Honorable Minister, mine is just really to commend you, and let's make sure, Honorable Minister, that at independence the bases were green. So we can also make them green. Let it not be looking like military bases are not looked after. So let us be deliberate. And I like when you say here cost effective, so that we also dispel the notion that if it is an army, then it is corruption. No. We must make sure that every penny spent is accounted for. And that is how we can bring society to appreciate the modern soldier that we are speaking about. And all the soldiers out there know that we are proud of you, know that we respect you, know that you are the spear of the Namibian nation. So I so support, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Nkongo.
He will be here shortly.
Eh?
He's coming. He's running.
Okay, Honorable I took note that he's not here. My relative brother, Lucato, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, my relative brother, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Whole House Committee and the members. Thank you so much for the platform. Yeah, I raise to contribute on vote 8, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. On behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, with the powers vested on me, I just want to also to congratulate my relative brother, the Minister of Defense, for his presentation, which he presented in this August House. It was indeed perfect. So let me come to my contributions as follows. In any country where there is a military is one of the major ministries in order to protect the Namibian people or the nation, and also to protect their properties in any situations where there is any, whether it's a disaster, war and crime and everything. So the budget of this ministry should be reasonable. When I see this budget, according to me, it's not enough for their operations, because the NDF, they have following operations. This is including the internal operation, regional operation. There is also the continent and international operations. So the NDF, they got a very big role to play when it comes to the operations. Without resources, they cannot operate accordingly to save the nation, to save the Namibian people. So I just want to come to my recommendations. Recommendation first one, I want to recommend that it should be a budget set aside to create a permanent job for all graduates, those who come from universities. Instead of going to the street, they should go under national safes, then for the 5 to 10 years term, before they decide to go to their field of employment. This is a permanent job. So it's called a national safes within Defense Force. Secondly, according to my observation and my research, it tells me that we don't have a military academy in Namibia. So the creation of a military academy is so important, so that our men and women in the uniform, they can go for that training. And another recommendation, because I just go the way forward, is that the wealth of our men and women in uniform, brothers and sisters, they have to be taken care of when it comes to their salaries, their benefits, and also their housing, including the promotions. And also, my relative brother, I need your assistance to make sure that
please, you have a presiding officer here. Don't misbehave. You guys. Honorable Motu, is the pronunciation correct?
Yes, more.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, my elder and deputy. I would firstly like to rise to thank the elder who has constantly ensured that we are safe and sovereign as a country. But however, I want to look into two thematic areas, and the first being, I look at the fiscal patterns. Firstly, 2025 and 2026, you have mentioned that there is a 60% of the budget that goes to personnel expenditure, and with a slight increase of 14 to 18%, which is a 4% increase to capital asset and infrastructure development, we have a current trend of a 7.8% currently of the development budget, which raises the fundamental question of, are we sustaining a force for today, or are we building a military force that is capable to sustain and protect our future? Honorable Minister, this exposes a structural issue, a structural flaw, and is at risk of creating a hollow force. And why do I say this? Honorable Minister, you're creating a force that is highly staffed, a force that is highly managed in terms of HR, but it's slightly, in terms of the operation and the power force that it has, it is not quite able to respond to the modern threats of the time, just as my elders and the MPs before me that were saying. That's why there is a need to shift to 3 areas: equipment modernization, surveillance and intelligence systems, and maintenance of operational readiness. That is a need, and the budget needs to speak to that demand, Honorable Minister. Another issue would be on you have an uptake of 1,500 that you said of trainees. I want to tap into your years of knowledge, Honorable Minister. What is the strategic position of the defense? You find yourself as an employment institution, or that looks at the upkeep of the defense and the modernization of the military? The military has in including a large number of young people. How do we, in terms of the recruitment, how do we ensure that the standards are independently verified and audited, given the legal gaps that we find within the framework? Lastly, Honorable Minister, you mentioned, and I would like to really say that you mentioned that young people should note that defense is not an easy task, and therefore you have noticed that there's an increase in the recruitment, training facilities, and the programs, that there is an increase in terms of the dropout. But you must, and also you mentioned, that every recruit that fails, every trainee that does not complete their course, it represents a financial investment that has been lost, reduced operational output. What are your strategies? Is it just to say that young people must take the training seriously? What are the models that you are looking into in terms of the MOUs with other countries to strengthen? Because what we're looking at is not only a retention statistics, but it's also a design in terms of the training program that could be not accommodating or has some form of technical issues that are not leading to an increased retention level. So I want to ask, what measures are being implemented to reduce the training retention and prevent continued loss of public funds? This is taxpayers' money. And also, apart from the modules, what will you do in terms of restructuring that training program? What are some of the countries, such as the Prime Minister said, you have partnerships with China and other countries. How are you going to use these military partnerships that you have to ensure that we reform this training program that has led to an increase of fallouts and also a death or 2 in the previous years? Thank you very much.
Very good. Very good. Good time management. Honorable Osiku.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to support vote 8, that of the Minister of Defense. First, I would like to thank the Ministry for maintaining a clean audit for the past 6 years, as indicated in the Minister's statement on page 5. My intervention will be short, and I will focus on program 3 on page 15, airspace protection. I'm happy, Honorable Minister, that there's a budget allocated for this program, and my concern, as I raised it last year, is the airstrip near Nepara Army Base, which is not maintained by the ministry. I think these are some of the important facilities the Minister of Defense must take care for the future. The community in that area are now living near the airstrip. And I just hope that after 5 or 10 years, the ministry should not come back and force this community to leave the area. My second intervention, Honorable Minister, I just want to find out, last year I asked the same question. Is the ministry planning to build a military hospital for the future? With that, I thank you, and I support the vote.
Good time management. Thank you, Honorable Ausiku, Honorable Damwani.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise to add my voice to support this very important Vote 8 for the defense of our country. Honorable Chairperson, the importance of a well-equipped defense force for the maintenance of our sovereignty and internal stability cannot be overstated, especially given our long coastline and vast borders. As it was said earlier by Honorable Benani, we need to protect our coastline in the protection and defense of our resources. So it is absolutely necessary that our men and women of the defense force are appropriately capacitated to do their work. It's a disservice to put people forward to defend your country without the necessary equipment. We acknowledge the limited resources and we therefore need to stretch. But in so doing, we must make sure that absolutely where it is necessary, we capacitate our defense force. I also want to commend the efforts of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs on its focus on food production. I read with keen interest the 170 hectares that are going to be put into production, and that will contribute towards our achievement of the total hectarage that we need to bring under cultivation for this financial year, which is 35,000 hectares. So every hectare that is cultivated, whether directly under the oversight of the ministry or under the oversight of the other ministries, will go a long way to contribute to that target. And therefore we welcome it and we support it, and we offer our support to collaborate closely with the ministry. I must also inform this House that the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and ourselves have been in discussion to establish a permanent base at our northern coast in order to protect our marine resources, especially this is the area where the illegal and unregulated and unreported fishing is taking place with support of subsidy from some countries. So we therefore need to support our colleagues so that they can help us to put up a permanent base there. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, I also welcome the allocation towards the rehabilitation of infrastructure. This is very important. For a very long time we have been talking and noting the deterioration in the infrastructure of our defense force and the ministry, and therefore any allocation towards that aim is very welcome and highly supported. But we don't only want to focus on the rehabilitation, we also need to modernize. I think it has been said by several speakers, in this current geopolitics, it is very important that our defense forces are well equipped and they are using state-of-the-art technology where possible. And I urge all of us to work together with the ministry to ensure that that happens. And with these few comments and highlights, I wholeheartedly support the allocation of Vote 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Swartboy.
Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, thank you very much for the floor. I want to really commend the President for having appointed a person of the caliber of Honorable Kapofu, who has really seen it all in his life and is bringing stability to the Defense Forces for almost the second term, I think, that he's at it. His leadership is one of listening, consultation, and he's really a man that reaches out.
You can do business with him.
You can do business with him.
That's true.
I also want to express our appreciation toward Air Marshal Phineas. There are a few things he's doing right. I want to appreciate the CDF. Honorable Kapofi, August 26, is given a lot of business that the private sector should have gotten. Is it perhaps a strategy to raise funds for the NDF through other means? And if it is a strategy to raise funds to supplement some of the work that the NDF requires funds but does not get it, is it working? And for how long will it be sustained that we exclude the private sector from doing business, and that at some point August 26 may end up gobbling up every opportunity that the state could have given to the private sector? So that's one. The second is, are you, having seen it all, having been in the civil service as it had, having come to the Defense Force, are you satisfied with the geographic representation of Namibians in the Defense Force? Not just balancing it out at the musical level or at the cleaning facilities, but at command level, in promotional levels. Are all Namibians really, from your perspective and with your experience, both as a military man but also as a former civilian leader, are you reasonably satisfied that we are getting to a point where the Defense Force belongs to all Namibians? And thirdly, I truly appreciate the training component, and under your leadership, many Namibians have been sent abroad. The challenge that they tell us is, upon acquiring skills at masters and other levels of competencies in other countries,
You don't get promotion.
they don't get promoted. They come back to military bases and do the same routine work, clerical work. Is it then worthwhile to get to train people in military doctrines of sophisticated armies, spend resources for them not only not to be promoted, but even salaries of these people not to be adjusted? And then fourthly, there's a general complaint about lack of S&T being given. The permanent secretary that was in charge of the Defense Force is now put to Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. But she was presiding over a system where people would go from mission to mission without subsistence and travel allowances. And they would have to lodge at family members' houses and rely on food supplements that are given by the Defense Force. Really unprofessional. And it's not explained. Whether the money is not available, is it not enough? Or is it an administrative problem that people decide to sabotage one another? What exactly is this challenge that is occurring? And finally, I'm very happy with the geopolitical changes that are taking place. Religious dictatorships are being removed. Those that have harassed opposition parties are being removed. We are very happy with it. The question of leadership. Last year, the Defense Forces invaded Keetmanshoop land without the approval of the local authority. But if there was good leadership, there could have been discussions. But we know what is happening behind the scenes. It's political. I ask you the question again, Honorable Kapofi. Has the leadership capacity shifted from being the NDF being a plan, or is it really a defense force for all of us? That's an important question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Swatboy, and the next is Tuafeni Angula. Honorable.
Thank you.
I dare add.
Honorable Tuafeni Twatboavali. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, I rise to contribute to the budget allocation for Vote 8 on defense. And I would like to start off by commending the Honorable Minister for a comprehensive motivation on both votes that fall under his ministry. The Minister correctly identifies the global security landscape that is volatile, complex, and unpredictable. We've seen that over the last couple of months. But Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Members, reality must force us to think beyond routine budgeting and maintenance politics and beyond a defense mindset that's trapped in the past. You see, the world has changed, warfare has changed, and threats have changed along with it. And the 21st century battlefield is no longer defined by only boots on the ground, tanks, traditional firepower, although these things are still necessary. The modern warfare landscape is shaped by unmanned systems, cyberspace, data, intelligence, information dominance, and even space warfare. So that's why, while I support the efforts that we've put in the force to rejuvenate it, that one, infrastructure rehabilitation, and general military readiness, I must also say this, and I must emphasize on it, that we are still too slow. We are still too conventional, and we are still too comfortable upgrading yesterday's tools for a war that's coming tomorrow. So Namibia cannot defend the future with a defense mindset that was designed for the past. We need a more radical shift in thinking. We need to leap into the fourth industrial revolution in our defense posture. So this means our capital allocation must therefore be guided by a sharper, more focused strategic focus. We cannot spend public money on preserving aging systems. We must invest in future capacity. So our priorities should be very, very, very clear, Honorable Minister, that first, we must modernize our military hardware, and we must invest in vehicles across the land, the sea, and the air. And we must replace this equipment with more modern equipment that is interoperable, sustainable, and network capable. Those are very, very important. Secondly, we must establish a specialized drone or UAV unit, UAV being unmanned aerial vehicles, because drones are no longer just an optional part of the military complex. They are now an essential modern piece of equipment. And this can be used to strengthen our borders. These can be used for operational support, and they can be used for rapid situational awareness. These are things that we can use in the modern day. And thirdly, I think we must create a dedicated cyber and modern warfare command, because the next serious attack on our sovereign state may not begin simply at the border. What is it, Vico? Yeah, you can be the commander for that one. The next attack may actually be on our national power grid, perhaps on our communication systems, perhaps on the country's financial systems, or any other critical public infrastructure. So we must just not be here dressed up in uniform and guns. We must also invest in cyber defense, because this thing is no longer just a luxury. This is a matter of national sovereignty. So, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, defense is undoubtedly the foundation of national productivity, but the foundation cannot remain fixed only on traditional infantry logic and aging platforms. So, honorable members, it is important that as we debate this vote, we must think of a future-ready.
Thank you. Honorable Kalola.
Okay.
Nice time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please, I should be protected.
Yeah, you are protected.
Okay.
Please.
Honorable Minister, I would love to begin with a quote by Marshal Georgie that you have equally used in your motivation. It says that war is a terrible thing, but sometimes it is the only way to defend your country and your people. Honorable Minister, war comes in many ways. Here, I would like to start with our members of defense. I want us to look at the capacity, the well-being of our people, of our members. If you just walk around and look at our soldiers, you can tell this one is not a soldier, this one. It's just an employee. But are they wrong to look like that? No, it's not wrong. So what I've observed is that we have a generational envy within our ministries, and defense is one in particular. Our older members are envying the younger ones. Because if they didn't, they could have capacitated our members, equipped them so that we have a strong defense. I hope you are taking note. Honorable Minister, if you may know, when you were young, when you were a soldier, when you used to walk around Namibia, food security was one of the key aspects to lead us to independence. Our parents used to supply food here and there. But if you look what is happening now, as I said, war comes in many ways. Our defense has many farms. As you have stated it in your motivation, page 19, I would like to know how many farms do we have that are currently working. Other members mentioned of the example that our collectional services are doing. We could do better at that point also. Look, there was a farm nearby Otavi, but as we speak, it has been abandoned. The fence is falling. We used to have cattle there. We used to have maize. It seems like we have eaten up everything, including seed. So I'm talking to the minister.
Are you all ministers there?
I'm
It's
talking to the
one
minister.
minister of defense.
So I would like to know what happened really. What went wrong? We need to make sure that food security is taken serious in this country. We need to make sure that we capacitate our soldiers to strengthen our defense force and stop fearing the younger ones. Let us, we don't need to compete with them. We had generations of Mandumi and Demfire and others. And they did their part. We were not born. I was not born. You came in picture, you did your part, you are getting old, you give the torch to the younger ones. Let us try to make sure that we capacitate our young soldiers so that we can strengthen our defense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kalola. Karonda. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, the need to have a modernized defense force cannot ever be overemphasized, and I agree with those who spoke to that issue. I also agree on the proposed recruitment in the budget, and would want to add and say that that be done in a way that reflects Namibia's demography. Vladimir Lenin in 1917 once said and wrote, "Imperialism is the highest form or stage of capitalism." We have seen the oversized American embassy on our soil. I don't know how much comfort that draws. I don't know if this is something that we have the capabilities to even entertain. We have seen the geopolitical events that confirm how aggressive America is and how disrespectful they can be.
Yes.
We continue to see how America harasses what ordinarily would be our friends,
Big police.
the Cubans, Venezuelans. But we don't seem to hear much coming from your end as government in these American hegemonic tendencies. And we are worried about that. And I'm glad that the Prime Minister said something about Cuba, but when do we begin to do more around this issue so that we can also show that we have not abandoned our friends and we can still be part of the global south and put up a real challenge to these monsters called Americans. To that end, we must reach out to the friendly states so as to help improve our defense capabilities without fail. As a nation, we must at all material times be combat ready and therefore improve the way we treat especially our soldiers. I know from past experiences, deployments, that some of our own people or soldiers, to this very day, some of them suffer from post-traumatic stress disorders, and they have never been treated or attended to. And this is something that we must pay attention to. We must also, as others may have suggested indirectly, begin to democratize the workplace relationship so that workers in the defense force have a say with regards to what they get paid, with regards to other conditions of service. This is important if democracy is something that we believe in. We cannot continue this autocratic style of leadership within the defense force. We must give our people a fair chance so that they can have their voices heard. On the other issues, we'll get back. As for the children of the liberation struggle, colleagues, I think these are not the only children or young people in this country who need attention. To begin to prioritize them is an indirect or direct way of saying to the rest of us that the youth of this country, unless they were born somewhere as a result of the liberation struggle, they don't matter. And that, I think, is a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I was ventilating a number of issues. one of the issues, where is General Kenya? Hey, Marshal. I commended you 2 years ago, and I'm doing it again. Every day, every time after independence celebration, one thing that our army has done is to have conducted yourself professionally when it comes to the politics of the country. We are seeing what is happening in West Africa. Governments are falling by military coup. These guys have played their role, protecting us, not mingling in the politics, and I commend you for that. It's the third time that I'm doing it, and I'm doing it for a purpose. Two, Air Marshal, we are spending money with our military attaché, and I'm very worried about it. We are spending a lot of money keeping people like semi-ambassadors of the army across the globe. But I'm not getting value for money. If you are a military attaché in China, surely you should bring new technology to the army and say, this is what we can do, this is how we can benefit. But I'm seeing, and I've met a lot of military attachés because I'm an international globetrotter. Everywhere in the world that I go, you find good people, Namibians, well-dressed, military uniform. When you ask them a question, what have you brought to the country? No, you know, these people don't give you an entry. They don't even respect African countries. So if you are there and you are not respected, come back so that we send somebody that can go and break doors for us so that our army can get strategic partners. That's an issue that I want to raise. Lastly, it's the matter of promotion. I must commend you. Since I became a member of parliament here, I raised an issue of tribalism, and there is on order paper, there is also a motion on tribalism. One thing that the army has done very well, I see a plethora of broader Namibians getting senior positions. But at the top echelon of the army, we need to do some work there. We are not balancing the army. And it's not something that you can do quickly, but the focus must be that I want to see one day having out of 10 generals, 6 or 4 generals also coming from other ethnic groups. So I want the army to be very sensitive on the question of tribalism in the army. At the middle here, we are seeing broad-based promotion, women being brigadiers, I love that, it's good. But at the top echelon here, we must do work there. Having said that, I want to conclude, Honorable Kapofi. This is between me and you, and that is the question of the question of capital projects in the defense. This is where the money is being siphoned. I look at your headquarters. How long do you want to complete that headquarters? How much money have we given you already for that army headquarters? The defense headquarters. I want to see the completion period of projects. Because the completion period is always built-in funds that, no, we need more money. And the ACC must sit, probably open its desk at the army. These things that you people are buying one parts for 8 million. We want to help the army. We want our army to be effective, but don't play with our money. Generals, don't play with our money. This is our country. Don't allow corruption, malfeasance, and greed to take root in the army. It's one institution that dare not to corrupt this country. Because if you have a corrupt army, you have no country. So where you are doing good, I give you commendation. But where you are falling short, we are going to raise opprobrium because we believe in the territorial integrity of our country. We believe there must be an institution that should protect us. We want the army to protect us. We will support you where support is needed. Come midterm budget, come and talk to us privately and talk about what is the strategy that you want for our military to be advanced as the people are talking about. We will look at those options, but don't play with our money. And I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Venani. Honorable Kantorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, thanks for your budget. Just to echo on what the other MPs have said in terms of modernizing our army, we are very fortunate that we are in this era where we are observing, reaching the war in Iran. They talk about drones, they talk about tankers, they talk about missile interception. How far are we to that capacity? We just witnessed Venezuela. Is our president safe? Will she not be wakened out of the sleep? Are we sure what we are doing? And this will cascade down to the way we compensate our soldiers. Will they not compromise? Is our intelligence ready to detect what is going on around the country in terms of infiltrations by the external forces? Are we ready as a country? Because I'm seeing the concept of our Ministry of Defense. You are recruiting a lot of people. I think you are still conservative. You are still in a guerrilla war.
We like it.
Tactics. People are no longer fighting with boots. People are fighting differently. So don't be a solution to unemployment to Namibia. No. Don't use that just to get unemployed young people into military, but then doing nothing. Spend more money on sophisticated equipment to protect our sovereignty as a country. After we have employed so many of them, go there to their accommodations. Soldiers are still sleeping in tents. During the rainy season like now, even here, Cybersecurity, they're sleeping in tents. During the rainy season, they have to wake up and stand so that the water can flow. Their transport, during independence, you are seeing all these old buses transporting our soldiers, the old Casper from Swatiev and from Plan. They are still alive here. Get real, get new things. I will echo the issue of one tribe leading our military. Let us avoid to keep the security of this country into one village. And I'm telling you, the well-dressed armies there, they are all from the same village, speaking one language, all same surname. Yes, that's a reality. That's a reality. We must embrace diversity. Land of contrast, what does it mean? We must avoid speaking one language during military meetings. Yes. Yes. We just promoted one general, 59 years old, retiring next year. What was the intention? Yes, it was all over. We have soldiers that serve in the military for more than 7 years that are not promoted at all. But we are promoting one person.
Yeah. The clock has switched off. OPD.
The chair of the
we could calm down, eh? Let's calm down.
I salute.
Let's calm down.
I salute my time. I salute the minister Salutations to the CDF and the ED and all the warriors that are keeping us safe. Of course, I do support this vote without reservation. Now, in supporting that vote, we have to think, and Honorable Kandoro has a point there when he said, let's look at the Middle East and see what's happening there. Because you learn something, that today you could be in peace, tomorrow you will be at war. Those are the realities. Venezuelans literally woke up in the morning just to find that their president is actually in jail in the United States. Those are the realities of today. And as you look at the sophistication of the war that is being fought there, and many honorable members have cited it, drones, ballistic missiles, and many other, missile repellent and many other sophisticated equipments and training. So you have to ask yourself, what is the price of protecting your democratic dispensation? And if you have to answer that question honestly and clearly, you will then know that there is no price tag attached to our sovereignty and our democratic institution of Namibia. So, and therefore, as we argue, and I agree with most of what the honorable members are saying, they are saying that we should recruit all people. My friends, honorable members, the international age of military operation is between 18 and 25. Any other time, you are already not capable anymore. No, this is a reality. I deal in science, I deal in science, my friend. Now, as we go on, let's diagnose Namibia as a country. You are talking about a vast territory with a long coastline, very rich in natural resources, fishery, oil, and other natural resources. And then, coming to the territory itself, you will have key commodities and resources like uranium and so on. So how then so we are a rich resource economy. How do you protect that? If we are to protect that, and I speak Prime Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and Minister of Finance, if I'm hearing the honorable members correctly, they are saying, let's modernize, let's buy equipment, let's do all sorts of things, drones and so on. What does that tell us? It tells us that the funding model for the defense force is practically incorrect. A defense force, if you want to be safe, is not an institution you are going to pay as you go and actually finance them as you go within the necessary resources that you have in your fiscal. You need to come up with a different formula. And scientifically, we could commission a study and see how can we appropriately, literally fund our defense industry and our defense sector. Yes? Yes, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Yes, please.
His question is in dialogue. Give him the mic, yeah.
Would you agree with me that perhaps it is time to look at our natural resources, mines, our gold, to take equity in those institutions so that we start financing our own security? Will you support such an idea?
Yes, I will. I actually will, because that falls within actually the thinking out of the box. Plus oil and gas, let's be clear, oil and gas,
your time. Continue.
But what we are talking about, what we must agree here as the August House is find a new formula for financing. Because if you look at it, go and buy, for example, a drone, how much do you think those drones are? Yeah. They are multi-billion-dollar cost line. So in supporting our defense force, who are doing a very practically professional job, let us also help in assisting how we are going to now position them to be able to combat wars of this century. I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Shreya.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Yeah, I'll be a very good general. Deputy Chair, I just want to start by first also applauding the Minister CDF that I see there and the generals, and also just get on the wagon that was just left there by Honorable Toby. I think, like my senior Munene asked, I think when I press this button, the first thought that came to my mind was every year we talk of we are not adequately funding our defense force. And the Minister of Fisheries responsible for that spoke of an area that I come from and that I was also governing at a certain point in time. And being a member of a defense committee of parliament, one of the areas that are left and not attended to is the area of Kunene, the coastal area, that is where a lot of illegal activities are taking place. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe this time, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, that through the funds that are in your portfolio and the minerals that we have there, like fishing quotas, a certain dedication is made to assist the defense financially to put up installations and protection mechanisms in this area. Equally also, the Minister of Mines. The people are just there, and where I come from, I please speak with all sincerity. Sometimes people say, we are just exploring, but we do not know what is happening there. Some of the people have started mining, they are flying these commodities out of the country. It's probably time that the Minister of Defense as well, there must be a dedicated fund that should be channeled to defense with the sole aim of putting up infrastructure and protection mechanism, especially in our area in terms of commodities that we are possessing as a country. Two, CDF and Minister of Defense, we don't have to reinvent the wheel at most of the times. NAST has an innovation hub. We have the NCIST, the research. We have higher institutions. Maybe it is time we start headhunting the top performers in areas that we need. Because for me, I'm thinking, the honorable, some are using the Iran war to draw criticism. For me, I'm actually drawing strength from a small army country that gave a run for the money of a superpower. And they have admitted to themselves that maybe America, we can't defeat them at the level and their capacity. Let us defeat them by thinking our way, what makes us unique. And I want to implore this Chief of Defense to say, we must not copy and paste wanting to be like superpowers. We must look at our unique position, our unique character as a country, and if guerrilla war is our best tactic, we must just improve it proper and make it more modern, intensify. Thank you very much. Wait, you will not understand. Lastly, not lastly, I will come back for the second round. Yeah, I don't like one round. I will come back for the second round. Let's say, so what I, you have an evil mind. So,
no, we don't think anything.
Also,
there are many rounds.
Yeah, just wait. My time is going, but I will come back again. Deputy Chair, one of the most important issues, we are contradicting ourselves as Member of Parliament. We talk of high unemployment every day here. We talk people are not included. Now we are again saying the NDF is not a recruitment agency. I will come back again and I will explain what I wanted to say. Thank you for now. First round.
Honorable Kankulu, go for your second round.
Yeah. I think, thank you, Vice Chair.
Whatever you understood, no, not that.
I believe it's very necessary for the shadow minister.
Yes,
we still come for supplemental. Honorable Minister, I think I should also observe your effort. When you get into this ministry, of course, you have done quite tremendous. You have improved this ministry in line of its transformation. But I believe you have done that also very means of professionalism, knowing also that the shadow ministers, he is there, and should you mess up or continue to mess up, then the Article 42 will not be reserved. Honorable Minister,
yes.
In terms of Division 3, I'm a little bit concerned with material and supply at the tune of 63.3. You look at, for example, training, military school, Okahanja, and all others. If you go there and you look at the cup, just a drinking cup that you find in those institutions, they are using those ceramics or so, you call it. I mention this because they are eventually increasing the price unnecessary. Instead of just going for a standstill, because they are good for training, you can keep them for years and years, but this ceramic are eventually brought in for someone to just have a markup. This tendency, Honorable Minister, you need to look at that so that we go back. I was trained, but I was not trained with this ceramic cup and the plate and all other things. The others is, if we look at the medium term and the expenditures, I think there is also something that is misreading. They indicate that the mandate of this particular ministry, as far as that particular book is concerned, it refers that Article 118, which I'm a little bit concerned because 118, that speaks to the establishment of the police force. Maybe it's an error, but one needs to make sure that in a document in a very document of this nature or magnitude, there shall be no this kind of errors, because our article that speaks to the defense is very clear in terms of 115, just for perhaps correction in that regard. The other is leadership qualities within the force. I think it has been indicated here. However, I still want to emphasize to say we truly need not just to transform the institution in terms of empowering it and strengthening it, yet we leave the men and women in uniform without considering them in terms of also ensuring that they have the decent salary. In fact, this particular institution requires that one comes in for a calling. It's not an employment. You must have that desire to serve your country. But then at the same time, to the left side, it also requires that a person must sustain himself and his family. So we perhaps also need to look at the issue. The promotion, I do not want to repeat what it was indicated. I also want to move in with the, I think here I indicated the issue of drone technological advancement. If you go in Uganda, we are talking about the old men, the president there, and so forth and so forth. I think, Honorable Minister, you can agree with me. These people, they are able to service. They have what they call MRO, and that stands for maintenance, repair, and overhousing. The heritage.
Yeah. Thank you. Werikwa, Honorable Werikwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to confirm my unequivocal, of course, support to this very important vote, vote number 8. Honorable Minister of Defense, with the support of Air Marshal himself, Tatepinias, who is here in our midst, accompanied by my dear brother, Major General Actofel Dengu. I would like to say your presence here is of importance to us. We have had consultations at our level as Committee of Defense and Security with the Namibian Defense Force. We got enough exposure as far as the works and the dealings and the operations of the Namibian Defense Force is concerned. And we totally want to say at this juncture, indeed, you are ready to defend our territorial integrity. As asked by Honorable Karonda, there are things that you are privy to and there are things that are happening behind the scenes. And those things are there to give you assurance that indeed the Defense Force is ready to defend you as of when the need arises. But this August House must understand that the budget that is allocated, biggest chunk of it goes to operational cost. And it leaves us with limited resources as far as equipment and as far as modernization is concerned. Air Marshal is busy with a serious program of professionalizing the Defense Force through the direct leadership of Honorable Kapofi. And I want to say that that is indeed a very costly undertaking, and today it is something that we need to consider in terms of budget allocation. Thus, I submit to say that come midterm review, Honorable Minister of Finance, we need to look into the defense budget and see how best we can do it. Everybody has spoken about drones and everything and all the modern warfare tactics that are being used. I would like to look into the issue of military hospital. Military hospital, it is an important facility that we must have in our country. As of when the need arises that we need to take those that qualify to be taken there. As of when the need arises that everything has fallen, that is a last resort. So we need to support that very important undertaking. And I urge the honorable members of parliament to also visit various defense installations countrywide. As we are aware that international law is being replaced now with the whims and wishes of those that have the military might and power, there is a need for us to strengthen our military might and power. Key point is that we have a coastline of 1,550 kilometers that need patrolling. Our vessels that we have in our naval base, they are aging, and indeed in terms of their fuel consumption, it is something that we need to look into. That's why there is a need for us to increase that budget. And I'm in support of what the Honorable Minister of Agriculture has said. There is a clear intent to put up a base, a naval base in the northern part of our country, especially at the Cape Free area and so forth. But one recommendation is also on the Lüderitz side. As you know that we have our oil and gas facilities that side, and there have been activities that are happening as far as intelligence collection is concerned. We also need to be vigilant, hence we need to strengthen our defense force as far as that is concerned. Honorable Kandorodo, you have spoken about monetizing some of this. I want to compliment, Honorable Minister, I want to compliment what you were saying. I want to compliment what Honorable Kandorodo was saying.
Can we?
Our oil and gas is something that needs protection, and I want to compliment what you were saying, that we need to protect that line.
Yeah, Honorable, I'm advised.
My time.
Yeah, you must focus on your intervention.
Yeah, my time. I was complimenting what he was saying. Yes. What is wrong with me complimenting what he said? Chairperson, can I be protected? I will come for second round, obviously, because of these disturbances.
Was he not focusing on the vote?
Say, one of the key aspects is the aging.
Was he focusing on the vote? So,
my brother, continue.
Honorable Chairperson, in my continuation, Namibia is one of the countries outside China that is today operating the Y-9 aircraft, which is a cargo plane, of course. But again, when you look at our defense as far as our fighter jets and so forth is concerned, we also need an upgrade. These are critical things that will only be discussed outside this very house. The other key issue, an aged general, it's a very important asset to any military setup. But in our setup, because our army is subjected to the Public Service Commission and its acts, most of our generals are retiring at the age of 60. But a very good general is the one that is aged, because the experience and everything else, the know-how is with them. Hence the need for us to change our Security Service Commission to give provision for that advancement as far as aging factor is concerned. As I'm coming closer to the conclusion of my good submission, I want to look into the issue of the military coming up with a possibility of enrolling and training young Namibians at the age of 18 to 24 or so forth, not only to conscript them, but for them to be a standby force. As of when the country is under attack, as what is happening now with the asymmetric warfare that Iran is actually busy waging and defending itself against the tyranny and abuse of the superpowers in the name of imperialism that want to take their oil, Namibia can face the same fate. Hence, we need to prepare ourselves and have young people that are trained and battle ready as of when the need arises. Honorable Chairperson, I will be coming back for my second round, considering I want to give support to the funding model that Honorable Venani spoke about. At our committee level, we have spoken very extensively about it. But again, there are issues that we cannot say much on the floor here. But it's a thing that we can take it up with the Chief of Defense, an Honorable Minister, and I fully support this budget, and I'll come back for second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Nekongo.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairpersons of the Whole House Committee. Can I be protected, please?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Can my minute be reversed?
Now you have the floor.
My minute? My minute, please.
Who took your minute?
No. No.
You have the floor, Honorable
No,
Nekongo.
but there was disturbance here. Honorable Chairperson.
Please, honorable members, you are disturbing the honorable member on the floor. Hello? You are disturbing the honorable member on the floor. Now, can we reverse the minutes?
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also want to support vote 8, but first of all, to congratulate the men and women in uniform for continuing to protect our territorial integrity and the peace and the tranquility that you and we are enjoying today. Firstly, as I support vote 8, I want also to join those who have a feeling that we need to change things a little bit. But when I was listening to everybody's participation, I asked myself, who do we then blame if we are in charge of our country? If we are to take a decision, that means that we must take decision. So I want to support that, yes, the geopolitics is changing, military engineering is changing, military arsenals are changing. Hence I want also to support those that want for us to think about establishing the military academy or to enhance it, especially with young engineers, so that we can able to start to do our own drone. Here you are talking about buying drone. Let's start training our people so that we can use the uranium that we have here, so that we can able to produce our own arsenal. I think that should be the direction, and defense must able to equip our young people that can able to go into that field. I also want to support those that are, and this is a long overdue, that as a defense must have a defense hospital, military hospital. And we can able to do that if we can take decision. I also want to seek that as we discuss this budget, we also give priority to equip our defense, especially in airspace, especially on our aviation industry, you ask yourself and say, when the planes are traveling our country, how protected are we? Where are these, when you now learn from other countries, where are we having our equipment? Do we have them? If we have them, they are from where? So I think we need to work on that. Our Navy needs to be capacitated. Honorable Chair was talking about Kunene. Do we have the Navy arsenals for us to able to reach to Kunene mouth? If the answer is no, then we must capacitate ourselves. Resources, yes, we have all the resources. If military or defense can also be given EPL, just like any other. If they are getting oil blocks nowadays, we are hearing, let's also give the military oil blocks so that they can also able to protect our oil block, and then we can use the resources that we can extract. And if it means that we must capacitate ourselves and defense to be capacitated on how to drill, I will be appreciating that. So that then we do not complain of the resources not available. So with that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Netumbo. Honorable Egu. Oh, is it you? Yeah. Who is there? Oh, Honorable Gurare. Gurare. Yeah,
Yes.
Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. Thank you for the second round.
We must find another language.
We must find another word. Okay, yes. I just wanted to come this time around to build on what I had said earlier, because I couldn't interject. As the Deputy Chair has told us, you must just press so that you come back and say your say. So, Honorable Minister...
There is a caveat. We should not sit here the whole evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I want to lament the same point I made earlier in respect of a modern soldier. A modern soldier that we must create the same with the commander there. Like we said, when we were in Grootfontein, we saw young people flying planes that we could only imagine in the movies, but we saw it live in Grootfontein. Young people train in Namibia. So therefore, if there is a young person in school, that young person must have the hunger to want to be a pilot of that aircraft. And it would be, I think, disingenuous of us to say, no, NDF is a job creation. There is no nation on this earth that has not built its army diverse in profession and capability. That is how these nations are becoming what they are. So therefore, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, I am saying engineer regiment, because we discussed it when I came to defense. So please, this body must be hands-on, unapologetically, by not taking anything on the table or off the table insofar as advancement of our NDF is concerned. If it means that you are supported to have a company to manufacture drones, by all means. If it means you must drill as August 26 is doing, it's very good. If it means you must have the capacity to construct oil refinery so that the oil can come from Angola there and then we can have the oil near here and it's owned by the army, by all means. there is nothing that should be off the table. Yeah, we can call it Army Ngungula or whatever name we give it.
Development of self.
As long as it is ours. Oh, okay. Official Ngungula then. Official Ngungula if that's the case. But I'm just saying that the capacity that we must be able to develop is homegrown. And therefore, when a young person is saying, I'm going to join an army, it should be a sense of pride. When a young person is saying, I'm going to join an army, why? Because I'm a civil engineer and I'm working for NDF. I am whatever profession, but I'm in the army. So therefore, the infrastructure around NDF must be such that it is top-notch.
It's an industry on its own.
An industry on its own. Yeah. That is what we must do. And yes, let's discuss all other matters. Nothing is off the table. We can say we want to see intergenerational, like Honorable with a tie here, today he came with a tie, was saying there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that for young people in the army to speak and say, we also want to learn or we want to be promoted, etc. It's fine. There's also nothing to say, if I am this tribe or that tribe, I want to be promoted. There's nothing wrong. It's a conversation because we are talking of one Namibia, one nation. And the future is better when we can all see ourselves in an institution that belongs to all of us. So that conversation is fine. That is what independence means. That's what many have sacrificed and died for. That conversation we can have. And then, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I want to make this point finally to say the alternative building technology, NDF can spearhead this technology. That is to say, if we find that there is a flood in Zambezi, the army, on one day, they can just take up and say, we are going to construct this structure to make our people to live in it for the temporal. And that, of course, Honorable Venani will say, no, maybe it will be done differently away from the private sector. Private sector is okay so far as it complements the agency that we want. But in my view, NDF, let's do this alternative building material so that our bases, we can build them ourselves. And then we get the support from budgets like we have now here, and it becomes cheaper and easy to maintain. So I still have 1 second. I want to call on NDF, everybody in the NDF, to rally behind each other. In other words, be united. Because if there is no unity, it is easy for others to take advantage of the vacuum of this unity.
Oh, yes.
So that will be my prayer.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Kambala.
Thank you, Honorable thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is very short, just 3 points. You see, the intelligence, we need to, like the war has now modernized. The war in general has modernized, and so should our skill sets. And our skill sets should be more on economic basis. Saying that, what is our intelligence departments doing to ensure that our economic sovereignty and our economic interests are safeguarded at all costs? Because we have seen what other countries have done. You see the Russians have the oil that they produce and sell as a state. But what are we doing as a state to ensure that our state institutions are protected from infiltration from other countries? So we need to look at how to defend this country from espionage, especially industrial competitors such as your shell companies and so forth. So mine, Honorable Chief Phineas and your team, is for me to say that let's try and see how we capacitate our intelligence community to ensure that whatever happens in the economy of Namibia is safeguarded at all costs, so that nobody from anywhere in this world can come into our economy and take advantage of it like they did in South Africa in their banks. Number two is the issue on drilling. I won't talk about it because mine is more on drilling. Is that if you look on the CDF Phineas, if you see the drillings of the NPS, correctional services and so forth, we really enjoy that process. It's modern, it's youthful, but every year we are recruiting young people in NPF, every year. But there's no modernization, there's no creativity, there's no innovation. So innovation should not only be at workplaces in terms of our professionalism, but it should also be when you are also going in our parades. Let's also innovate in our parades. Let the parade also innovate as you are trying to get drones and so forth. Let's try and innovate. To close off, I'll say this. A nation is as proud as its army. A nation is as proud as its army. Because the army that the Phineas is our symbol of unity, our symbol of pride, and our symbol of discipline. I implore you to keep on doing what you are doing there and to ensure that the army of Namibia remains a source of pride. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kambala. Honorable Daniel.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise to contribute in support of the budget for the Ministry of Defense, Vote 8. A strong and capable defense force is fundamental to the sovereignty of our country or nation per se. It protects our territories, territory integrity, secure our borders, and ensures that the state maintains authority across all regions of the country. In today's context, security threats are no longer conventional. They are increasingly complex, transnational, and organized. Criminal networks operate across borders, exploit isolated areas, and challenge the authority of the state in ways that require a well-equipped and responsive defense capability. It is in this broader security context that I wish to highlight the importance of defense support to anti-poaching efforts as well. Poaching is not simply an environmental concern. It is a form of organized crime that involves illegal trafficking of the use of weapons across borders coordination. These activities undermine national security, weaken law enforcement efforts, and threaten stability in vulnerable regions. Our protected areas, often located along borders or in remote parts of the country, can become targets of such criminals or criminal operations. Without adequate security and presence,
done to be a neutral force to combat peace. That's my recommendation. Because many people they are dying. And those victims, including the innocent civilian women and children. So that's my recommendation, that we must not involved ourselves in those conflicts. Yes. So another recommendation, my relative brothers and sisters, Honorable Chair, Chair. I just want also to recommend that let us make sure that our, the Zambezi region, formerly known as
Honorable, there is a point of order. Honorable,
those people.
There is a point of order, which is allowed. The point of order would be guided by brevity.
Yes.
You are on.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. The Honorable Member is doing well. I just have a question for him. Since he's coming from the military forces or police, my question is, and also looking back from the history of Namibia, that we never fought alone. The international community came in for assistance. Is he aware that, is he aware that sons and daughters of those other countries also died for this country?
I didn't hear
with the
that.
Soviet Union uniform on them still visible up to today? Is he aware? Thank you.
Thank you. My relative brother, please continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to answer you at the end. Let me continue. Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Not now.
Yes.
Not now.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. The Zambezi region, formerly known Capriv Strip or Zambezi region, has been affected. I think my relative brother, my time can, because has been affected by my, just to check my time. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that region has been affected by criminality, including the stock theft, where our cattle, our animals is being stolen by the foreign neighboring criminals. Day and the night they enter. So now my recommendation that if Botswana can do it, why not us? Because to prevent the criminals not to come and steal our animals day and the night. So the NDF must be a joint venture with the police to combat, so that, you see, we are not going to have such a high crime if we can do it like the Botswana usually they do it. So they have done it to prevent. So lastly, let me say, as I have already stated, that I have supported the vote. I thank you so much. So let me say.
The thing is off. It's off. It's off. The system is off. Automatically switches off after 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Kandorodu, Honorable Kandorodu. It's off. The system switches off after 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. My final contribution is on the farms owned by NDF, Ministry of Defense. There is a clear information that some of these farms are owned privately by military chief of defense, those in the top allegations. So we need a very clear audit in terms of who owns those farms. Now, I brought in the issue of the farms because I like what the correctional services is doing in terms of food security. It's one of the serious institutions that our NDF need to benchmark with correctional services. And I haven't seen any positive result from these farms owned by NDF. What are we doing? What are we benefiting? And today I was shocked to hear that Namibia is opening up its borders or in terms of importing pork and poultry. How on earth we cannot feed ourselves? We cannot have our own pigs to make our own pork. We must import it from Brussels. Why can't NDF farms take some of these opportunities? Also, because, you know, we have August 26. We have August 26. These are institutions that are supposed to carry some of these services. During the time of war, where are you going to get food? From Brussels. We cannot make our own food in Namibia. We have machine fabric. What does this word fabric mean? What did we do? What is it that we own? What did we manufacture as Namibia? What did we do? Where are they? No. So the reason why we have machine fabric is that it must manufacture not only machines, even bombs. Yes, yes. So we cannot have just institutions by name and not doing anything. Otherwise, institutions like August 26 will come and build classes, do nurses' uniforms, school uniforms. They will come there because we don't have an objective. Our military institutions must be militarized. Go deep into military. Don't be busy forever. For the past 35 years, busy, but there's no result. So let's make use of China. Let's make use of Russia. Let's tap from their experience, their wisdom. These are our friends who have been there. Let us not just be pride. We are friends to the east, we are friends to the west, but we are learning nothing. I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
The whole House Committee, let me conclude my contribution. One, Deputy Chair, looking at our conversation, Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, CDF, I think there is importance in members of Parliament, especially in Defense and Security Committee, they must sign an oath of secrecy. Because some of the people will sell us out. So that is one. Two, Two, they must in fact be vetted. And when we go to military installations, the phones must not even be allowed to enter CDF next time we go there, because we are going to be a sellout. The second issue that I want to bring, that we just highlighted, is to say, as we also are deliberating on bills to enact them in terms of our commodity, and we are supporting local content to be placed in these important bills, we must actually also advocate maybe a 1% levy in all our commodity contracts to go for security purposes. That way we can fund whatever ideas we have. Third, my other contribution was to say, maybe we must have military education also brought into Honorable Sanet Steenkamp's curriculum of education, even at high school level. I put that because with the exposures that we were given as young people, youth, there was a year we went to Sochi, Oshindonga, no problem, that word, in Russia. Yes, the youth, under the National Youth Council. And we went to the youth festival. What was very, Honorable Minister of Defense, what was very impressive, the Russians have a system at school level to identify very talented kids in different talents and remove them from former schools, put them into institutions that are designing robots and designing things that can defend their sovereignty, so to say.
Sovereignty.
Just that one.
Sovereignty.
Just that one. So, when I'm excited, Oshindonga comes. So, what is very important, I think, we must fight from all angles the issue of security. Because I'm very concerned when a member of parliament stands up and says, CDF, NDF is not a recruitment agency. I'm very disturbed by that word. Because we must go and research why they put certain gaps. There is an army we have, they were aging at the top, and they wanted to have certain young people that they can train for generations. That's why they put certain age. We must do research before we comment. Because we are misleading the nation, and the defense is not a democratic state. I have never seen any country where defense is being dictated by politicians. For that matter, civilians. We must play at other places which we don't have any information of. But in the defense sector, we must not come here and do our kindergarten things. So with that said, what is your point of order?
Michael Tuchman, attention seeker.
Can you stop my time 1 minute, please? Yeah, please.
Yeah, please continue.
Washindange, what do you want?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy. In all honesty, in as much as I don't want to disturb my brother, I just want to remind us that Namibia is a democratic country. And we are a democracy. We are not a military state. It's defined by laws that are governing this country. And we must,
it's not a point of order.
We must respect that law that establishes Namibia as a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, continue.
Chair, my 1 minute.
Yeah, now it's
your lecturer must fail you.
No, my 1 minute first.
Your lecturer must mark your scripts.
No, 1 minute.
Deputy
Chair, as I have submitted, the unfortunate issue is our understanding of democracy differs. Some have learned it in a classroom, others have practiced it, others have lived it, and I dare say again, the defense force is not a democratic playground. It is an area to protect this country, irrespective of who is in charge. That's why it is the defense force of the Republic of Namibia. So the honorables must do a proper research before they comment. And we must speak with facts. So,
but my relative brother, he's done. His minutes are over. His minutes are over. There is no one on the floor, my relative brother. Please, you could register and take the floor. Yeah. Werigwa?
Honorable Chairperson Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I want to iterate, Defense Force is also not a political scoring platform where institutions and political organizations want to masquerade themselves as Democrats, but with an agenda of ensuring that... Honorable Chairperson, should I sit? So, and then continuing, we have noticed that in the
can we have order, please?
There is serious
can everybody
of
sit down? Can we all sit down?
There is a serious...
Can you sit down?
Okay.
Can you also sit down? Can you sit down, please? All of you. Can you sit down?
No wonder you are alone from your body.
Can we calm down, please? Can we please calm down? He was on the floor, eh? Is it the point of order?
Yeah, point of order.
Okay. Oh, can we stop the time?
Angulu.
Yeah, please.
Can I continue?
Kalum Kangulu.
The system is rejecting the...
Honorable Kangulu, there's the floor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you very much. On point of order, I think my chair is out of order completely for indicating that defense must not be used or referred to. In that regard, considering that perhaps when we are contributing to this vote, in one way or another, we are considered to influence our principle into this particular institution, which is not
out of order.
It should not be the case.
Yes.
And furthermore, it is our democratic...
I didn't say that at all.
It is our democratic right, Deputy, that we contribute without any reservation. Therefore, it could be wrong and totally incorrect that we are put to a certain reservation of what we should say, because that is what the members like.
All right.
Thank you.
So you must reflect.
Thank you.
No,
Honorable, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much. I'm in concurrence with what the member said, but again, my submission was different to say that we shouldn't politicize defense, because it is for the defense of the country, and it is for that important part that myself and yourself, as you know, from the background of defense, considering that I'm the chairperson of your committee, my indication is that the important part of that defense...
Can we allow him to state his case, please?
Honorable Chairperson, defense, in its own, as I said before, we have come to a point whereby we're at a crossroad where we need to determine the modernization of our defense. And the CDF has spoken strongly about it in our various consultations. I want to support Honorable Shea that the members that are in the Committee of Defense and Security that I'm sharing must somehow be vetted, because we need to maintain the highest level of confidentiality, highest level of confidentiality and secrecy. Secondly, the issue... Hello. The issue of funding. My minutes are moving. So I wanted to look on the other point.
Can we please,
George Kampala, you're not a member
honorable
of the
members,
Security.
can you sit down? Please, we stop the time, eh?
Okay.
Hello, please sit down.
Is it the vetting or what is the problem?
Hello, honorable members.
They should be vetted.
Yeah, please. Please. Please, honorable members. No, please sit down, sit down. Please sit down. Please, can you please sit down? Yeah, please sit down. Can we try to keep the decorum of the House? All of you, I know you are capable of making noise at the top of your voices. You are all capable. But for the sake of the patriotic responsibility that we are gathered here this evening, at this late hour in the evening, we should be able to control our emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence should come into play. And then I really expect nothing less than composure, and that you, thank you, and that you behave,
According.
That your grandchildren, if they are not asleep by now, your children
They are
are watching you. Really, they are watching you. Honestly, if you don't have, then probably it's still coming. But on a very serious note, on a serious note, we are dealing with the vote of the defense, and we all know, and we ought to know by now, that discipline is the order of the day in defense. Don't expose you unnecessarily. You are actually exposing yourself. Can you continue?
Thank you. I wanted to touch on the issue of...
Please. You are the Chief Whip, Chief.
Honorable Minister of Defense, I want to congratulate you. And I want to thank the Minister of Defense and the whole team, because when you look at the internal leakages that we're having as far as intelligence is concerned... I'm getting to my
What is his name? Licanto, Honorable Licanto wants to take the floor on a point of privilege.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I just want to ask, at what point should the Chairperson determine that this vote has been exhausted? That's my question.
Thank you.
At what point? Because you
It's a good point.
There must be something that should influence the chairperson to be able to say we have exhausted, because the contributions are repeating over and over. So at what point?
I want to respect. Now, please. Now, can you, honorable members, can you recall at the beginning of our session where we started to discuss the votes, that I suggested, for whatever it is was worth, that let's devote at least 1 hour or one and a half hour to our discussions. You indicated that you want to have a carte blanche. But if you have a change of mind, indicate accordingly, and I will rule accordingly. I can even stop the discussions now. May I stop the discussions now? Discussions stopped. Yeah? No. I revert the floor now to my commissar, Comrade Kapofi.
Yeah.
Honorable Kapofi. Can we calm? Can we calm down, please?
Comrade Chair.
Finance.
Comrade Chair.
Finance.
And too much mobility here as well. Huh?
Can I now have your attention,
I have the
please?
authority to whip you.
Now you are giving, after 2.5 hours, I'm given 15 minutes. Is that fair?
We know your capabilities.
Okay, I will respond in 15 minutes. Don't blame me if I don't respond to your question. On the issue of cattle rustling, it is in my statement, clearly indicated, and we have sent a warning to those people to cease it, because we have seen it coming, and it has to be stopped. Those who are listening must take heed. Honorable Venani, you also spoke about who is grazing in these farms. Whoever has asked about farms, I want you to listen to this. Those farms are not acquired for agricultural activities. Those farms, many of those farms that you know, are acquired as training and as homes to some of our units. They are not for agricultural production, not for agriculture. If there are officers who own these farms, I will want a confidential information so that I can inquire with the CDF, who is this one? Give it to us. I prove to you, you will not find one. But if you have it, be my guest. I appreciate to know that there are commanders who are owning these farms secretly. But those farms are acquired for the purposes of military training or homes to our units, specialized units everywhere. But you will find maybe there are units that have keeping some animals for themselves, not for their commanders. And I know one or two of those. And I asked, whose animals are these? I was informed. So the issue of Otavi farm, that there is a land, that land was an initiative of the unit commander who was there. But that farm, we inherited that base. It has never been a farm where the people were cultivating. So let's not create problems for that. Ideally it could be used, yes. Ideally it could be used. There is no problem. We recognize that there was effort, but now that commander has gone, and the others, and it's an engineer regiment headquarters. And the engineer regiment, we have moved them all over the place. They are doing this or that. So please, that is that. Many of you have spoken about modern warfare. Are we equipped? Are we ready? Are we doing? Yes, we shouldn't be panicked. But yes, it started when we saw what was happening between Russia and Ukraine. You are not the only ones who was watching. We were all watching. And we were asking ourselves, what next? Those of you who were at our exercise recently, you have seen that we have started. We have started, my honorable member, minister of environment can testify that the poachers are having a hard time now because we are following them. We have the capability of tracing them at a distance of 100 kilometers. What are the means that we have? We have them. But Rome is not built in one day.
And we are getting there. Definitely we are not sitting. No, I'm using something that is used.
Can you please, Honorable Kandorogo,
if you want me to use Windhoek, it's fine. It's not a
extend the
problem.
courtesy to the minister to respond?
I want to address the issue of age. I want to address the issue of age. You see, age is critical. We do recruit skills. If we want specific skills, we can recruit skills. But, my Honorable Velem, I'm telling you, it is not possible for us to bend that one. It will not be possible because we have learned our lessons. Look, when we started the NDF, the like of my age started the force. And many others were young. There were few that were young, but my age mates started it. Where are they today? Some of them are already gone home. We are old already. So, and we cannot continue to renew every year. I like the idea of a conscription. If this House supports that idea, it's not cheap though, but we appreciate that idea because you have a reserve, and then it's everybody. It's no longer those who, because now people take the army as employment. But it has to be a responsibility of everybody to defend your country. It cannot be some people and not others. Just because your social status, you are well off, you have no obligation toward defense. But when crisis comes, everyone wants to be defended. So therefore, we believe if the conscription is crucial, it's very important. So, my dear colleague, Aikola, you talked about the geopolitics. You are asking, are we ready? We are getting there. And definitely we are not yet at the level of S-400s or S-300. Those are highly sophisticated, and the whole budget will be for one unit. So, but we are not sitting just doing nothing. We are not sitting just doing nothing. You are talking about attack helicopters, you want this. Yes, it is nice to want. It is nice to have, it is good to have these things. But we are a small nation, and our military posture must be commensurate with our ability to be where we are. We cannot just have a posture that is beyond our capabilities. We will not be able to do this. Defense is an expensive thing. If we have calculation of the cost of a soldier that you are talking about, that figure we have. We know what exactly it will cost us to have a soldier that you want to see. But it's not easy, colleagues. But the committee, those who are privy to that information have it. The cost of one soldier. It's not about food, it's not about all these other things, but just what he needs to get into battle. Nowadays, is something else you don't want to hear. But we are getting there, and we are counting on you. Honorable Kalangula, you mentioned, you cited 92.8% development operational. Yes, we understand that. We are addressing that problem, but not everything is lost. Not everything is in our development. We are starting to see what you are talking about. So we are there. We are on the case. I don't have time, so I have to move fast. No. So I appreciate. There was a question about.
You are not the ones deciding.
August 26. Yes, August 26. My honorable brother is asking the thing you're asking. You have been asking this report. I am also looking forward to see that report. I have not seen it. That report you are asking the presidents, I don't know that report. I haven't seen it. Yes, that report you are asking, but other audited financials are there. But that specific report you are asking, I have not seen it. I don't know it. No, I'm just telling you the truth, that I have never read that report. I am looking forward to seeing it. But because it was not us who commissioned it. So the way it is, whether it was a report, I have never had privy to that report.
For a cup of tea.
But the August 26 is divided in different companies. You have those ones like the SATCOM, the WMF, and the others, construction, uniform manufacturing. The construction aspect, this is the one that is rescuing government, building schools that are dropped by other people who run away with the money and all this. The core of those people are soldiers. People who were trained to build bases with their equipment. But because now there is this need, so we chip in. So, but that group, it's doing a good job. Of course, it's contributing. I'm not. I hope my colleague here is not listening, Honorable Shafuda. That other thing, we don't. We are yet to declare dividends. I think Honorable Ipumbu Lucia and Comrade Minister, thank you very much for the contributions. There are those, and the Honorable Balotti, there are those who are talking about Divundu and the correctional services doing this. Well, I have some ideas. I was involved. I started I started with the colleagues when we were having those projects. I have an idea. So, but that was a long time ago. I don't even know whether I remember what I did then. So, but yes, we are doing our own thing now here with AgroTour. Yeah, but support us. Thank you very much. Comrade Ausiku, Honorable Morton, you ask I appreciate your compliments. Yes, the shifts we are gearing towards the modernity, really. We are, and you can only do that with these youngsters that are leaving school. There are also honorables who are talking about, Kandarodo is one of them, honorable, who says we are tribal and all these kind of things. It is really, I will never preside over a thing that cherishes tribalism. I cannot do that. But there is a practical problem. And I want to sit with you to show you what is this problem that we have. Honorable Motu says, if people are leaving, what are you doing to address the problem? We are trying to understand the problem. There is one problem that you must know. Our young people are not healthy. They are really, really not healthy. They have a lot of problems. There is one thing that we were told, I think it's this thing that affects liver or something. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, it is a problem. Many of them are even disqualified medically because they can't cope with, they can't cope. But when you hear military, when you hear special forces, for example, you hear the American, they have their SEALs, they have the Marines, they have. These people are highly trained. And if you watch how they are trained, you can't even come closer to what we are doing. Our human beings are trained to become killing machines. But our stage here, ourselves here, we are trained, we are not even closer to that. Our people cannot take that punch. And we have to they must understand. This is a tough call. When you get there, it's not easy.
That's why
it's not easy. is tough. So therefore, I really want to thank you all, colleagues. I want to thank you. I have not answered all your questions because of the time I have, but I want to thank you for generally you have supported our vote. We will engage. Feel free to engage us wherever we are. We are listening, all of us. My colleagues are there listening. Some of you spoke about seeing soldiers in buses.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any objections? So agreed. Now, honorable members, as per your popular indication, you have to correct me if I have gotten you wrong. We are going to allow 45 minutes per vote going forward. Finance, 45 minutes. Who is that? Please, What do you want to raise? Point of privilege. That's how we really are taking up a lot of the time that we economically. Yeah, but please take the floor. Yeah. Yeah, please, you are allowed. Oh, Honorable Kampala. Oh, I must always mention the name. Eh? Did you press, Honorable Kampala?
Press.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, for taking us through that process. But I also want us to, maybe just to remind you as well of what we agreed yesterday. That we had agreed that for every 1 hour, 30 minutes we've seated, we agreed to take 15 minutes. Listen. If you don't agree, just don't agree. Don't move. Yes, and I'm asking for us just to take maybe a 15 minutes break, just a breather, to stretch, and then we come back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the intervention. I'm ruling that whoever would get the edge to stretch, as you are already doing, I have been observing, people are just leaving, and then they stay away for probably an hour, and then they come back. So just do that. Yeah. What is this now? If you...
I'm not trying to be sinister or to be whatever form of thought Parliament wants to tell you. The purpose is that because we also don't want to miss any contributions. Because in that instance, we might also be duplicating all those things. So that's what I'm asking, because we agreed yesterday, and we want us to continuously agree. So you can't say now we agree for every 1 hour, 30 minutes, we go for a break, and now you are saying that no, if you want to move, you can move as you want.
No.
So that's what I'm asking, Speaker, Deputy Chair. Please give us, just grant us those 15 minutes. Yes, for those that don't want to vote, that can sit, can still sit, but it's a matter of a health break.
Thank you. Can you
we all get 3-4 rounds as you please. But we're asking that allow us 15, every 1 hour, 15 minutes, then we go out and it's easy. Let's not go, it does not need rocket science for us to agree on this.
Yeah, on that note, rocket science note, I was consulting the front desk whether we did reach such an agreement last night, but they are telling me that there was not such an agreement. Yeah, yesterday. But be that as it may, Honorable Kampala, you stated your case. Let's hear from the honorable members whether they are ready for us to take a break now or whether we continue and when there is a need for someone to go out, that individual just go out and come back. And that we have been doing. So can we agree on that? Thank you. The next person is Honorable Nekundi. Remember 45 minutes for this vote. Finance. No, you have 5 minutes, but we devote for the whole vote, to discuss the whole vote, 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I take the floor through you, Deputy Chair, to contribute to the vote on finance. First is to support the vote as it is presented by the capable Minister of Finance, Erika Shafuta. My only contribution, Honorable Deputy Chair, is the issue of the commercial banks, which is under the purview and authority of the Ministry of Finance. Last year, or a year before last year, during the 7th administration, I personally moved a motion here for the banks to be regulated in terms of the Bank of Namibia Act, read together with the Namibia Constitution, for them to regulate how they are overcharging prices, the multiple charges being enforced on the clients, and importantly, how the Bank of Namibia continue to allow commercial banks to violate Article 10, sub-article 2 of the Namibian Constitution. That article says no one in Namibia must be discriminated amongst others on economic status. However, it is disheartening that the Bank of Namibia, it's a Chapter 17 Constitution, Chapter 17 of the Namibia Constitution institution. It's a Chapter 17 institution. Chapter 17 of the Constitution establishes the Bank of Namibia. Therefore, it must ensure that the Constitution principles are not violated. Now, we people have been discriminated on economic status. If you are wealthy enough, your interest is 5%. When you are poor, your interest is 15%. That's discriminatory on economic status. And you have the obligation, como minister, to ensure that the Bank of Namibia does not discriminate. What are you fearing? What are you fearing this capitalist? Yes. What are you fearing? So, they're overcharging. Everything, you put your money there, you are charged. You withdraw, you send the e-wallet, you withdraw, everything you are charged. Just imagine, in our small economy, FMB last year had made a profit of $1.9 billion. Standard Bank make a profit of 1.19 billion. Profit after tax. Something must tell you. In a small economy of Namibia, something must tell you. And they are even proud to say one of the key principal contributors to the margin, that margin, is because of the higher interest churches. It is there in their findings, in their submission. And you are happy to do that. So I think, Honorable Minister, it's time to pull up our socks and to put on our shoes correct. Let's kick the dog when it must be kicked. It must be done. We cannot have an state in Namibia and a parliament which have established the constitution, established the law, and we are allowing people, just because of their economic muscles, to violate the Namibia constitution. In essence, Honorable Minister, the minister or the governor and the board can in fact be characterized as constitutional and legal delinquents. Because you are failing to uphold the constitution. It can be characterized because the moment you permit a constitution to be violated or a legislation to be violated with your full knowledge and you are not acting, the best term to be used from a legal perspective is an illegal delinquent. And we cannot continue like that. So I'm calling upon, as I'm supporting, that this month must be, today is the 31st, tomorrow we want to see you enacting. Last year you were cherishing, they have relaxed this. No, it's not their will to relax. It's you who must make sure they relax. They eliminate those discriminatory and overcharging of our clients. With that comment, Minister, I trust your ability. With your brand new governor, I believe you will be able
Honorable Minister, they switch off. But the next is Honorable Binge Chiunda.
Definitely. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members.
And then Bush. Next.
Yes, sir. I wish to focus on paragraph 8 on page 3 of the motivation, which relate to transfers to state-owned enterprises amounting to 2.26 billion. Honorable members, when we speak about 2.26 billion allocated to state-owned enterprises, we are not speaking about numbers on papers. We are speaking about people's money, hard-earned money, entrusted to us, with expectations that we'll use it wisely. Yet, year after year, we continue to pour these billions into state-owned enterprises that would not perform, that will not deliver, and that will not account to any cent. Honorable members, how do we justify these?
Teams at DBN and Agribank continue to apply a commercial bank lens on applicants, and in doing so, they really have a high number of applicants that are rejected. There is a major gap in capacity building and pre-bankability support by these two institutions. There is also an over-reliance on traditional loans with limited use of blended finance instruments. Honorable Minister, it is noteworthy to say that DBN and Agribank have weak pipeline developments where they are expecting bankable proposals, and it is my view that Agribank and DBN are supposed to build bankable proposals. Honorable Minister, I do believe that DBN and Agribank are too risk-averse. Development finance requires measured catalytic risk-taking and not ensuring the risk matrix is so high that the citizens it's supposed to serve is excluded from the products that they offer. Honorable Minister, agriculture financing still is not fully aligned to small-scale communal farming realities. I therefore beg to ask, if development finance institutions fund only bankable clients, who is solving the problem of the unbankable? That for me is extremely important in the work that they do. I briefly want to react on CMA's, Honorable Minister, that is also in the motivation statement of the ministry. CMAS remains a critical pillar of healthcare access for public servants. However, there are ongoing concerns around CMAS. We need to openly discuss how we can truly bring about the cost reduction on the CMAS bill. There is persistent cost escalation and sustainability pressures that undermine the work of CMAS. We have weak cost controls, especially around claims and provider billing, and there's a limited focus on preventative care. And the ongoing governance and efficiency gaps places a lot of pressure on the fiscus. Honourable Minister, if we do not address the inefficiencies of CMS, it risks becoming a growing fiscal liability rather than a sustainable social protection instrument. Honourable Minister, I do believe that on CMS, we can ensure the following to protect the intention around why it was created. We need to strengthen management systems and introduce tighter audit controls on CMS. Move toward standardized tariffs and pricing arrangements with service providers. And finally, introduce stronger fraud detection and accountability mechanisms. And also explore co-payment structures or tiered benefits to manage overutilization. This reform will ensure that we have fiscal discipline and ensure the efficiency and value for money when it comes to CMS. With that, I support vote 9 under the stewardship and leadership of our Finance Minister.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members. I rise to support the vote of the Treasury, the vote for all of us, just like the one of education, the one for health. All of us here are clients of the Treasury in the capable hands of Honourable Minister for Finance. I commend you and commend the rest of the team, the ED, and all the staff members in the ministry. So mine is very short. One is to just amplify in terms of the historic decisions that have been made in the 8th administration in the year of our Lord 2025 and ongoing for the next 5 years. And she is the minister that has been responsible for the first time in the history of Namibia, where free subsidized tertiary education, where young people have been able to register without having to pay for tuition and registration. That is historic. We applaud you. Secondly, it is the first time I have heard a Minister of Finance in the speech speaking to order with me, and it is in the speech. Honourable Minister, it may sound like just small words, but for that sector of the population, it means the world. And therefore, very soon we will meet them, the order with me, with the minister as well as with NAMRA. So in other words, their views matter. And then, Honourable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, her speech spoke to exactly what the budget is, a youth-friendly budget. That is, for the first time, we have 257 million. That was for the previous financial year, and 500 million for this new financial year, devoted and dedicated to the National Youth Development Fund. The National Youth Development Fund without collateral for the first time. It means, yes, for the first time. Even Ogachuru. Okay, you brought the motion, fine, thank you. Then join us. Now, we met with those that are responsible for dispensing this money. Agribank, DBN, and EIF. So they are aware what our expectation is. Now, honorable members, the reason I stood is to say, yes, we might not have the resources to go to the moon, but there's a lot of low-hanging fruits for us to make a life of every Namibian in every household better. And that is both in terms of this Youth Development Fund as well as Food for Work, Cash for Work. It means from a little sweat of our own work, we can be able to bring an income in our household. So therefore, Honorable Minister, I'm just saying to you and praying to you to continue on the trajectory that you have thus far done, so that all of us in all OMAs, in all regional councils, local authorities, and SOEs, let's make sure that at least in every household, the work from our budgets, we are able to extend it to the less privileged through what we are given in the budget that is here. So, honorable members, Namibia is a land of the brave, and those that are brave, are compassionate, and they are empathetic to those that are less privileged. So therefore, let's work together to make sure that we reach everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Garubu. Honorable Garubu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also rise to support Vote 9 of the Minister of Finance. I wanted to start by commending the Honorable Minister of Finance with our team, as well as the Director General of National Planning Commission for his role to guide the ministry in allocating Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, we must know that we are a small nation. Because we're a small nation and we've got a small population, our revenue mainly depends on personal tax. And we must appreciate how many of the Namibian people are having income that contributes to this revenue. We also depend on corporate taxes, depend on royalty on our minerals. We depend on value-added taxes. It's how many people who are going to purchase goods and services in this country. Hence, the size of our envelope is where it is. We've got too much needs and wants, but we've got limited resources. We have to accept it. And it is these limited resources that we have to distribute among the sectors that provide services in this nation. I must thank the Honorable Minister for navigating through these very slim resources to manage whatever we are going through. On public debt management, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I wanted to thank the Ministry for settling the Eurobond in the amount of 750 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 13 billion Namibian dollars. Given our economy, really, if we can really, honorable, normally, if we can really pay once of this amount from our small revenue, we need really to comment and really the right honorable Prime Minister, that is on the National Youth Development Fund. I must just commend the government for really coming up with that initiative. Given the rate of unemployment of our youth in the country, we must just commend that. With that few remarks, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance and also support this vote. And I thank you for the floor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Garubu. Honorable Chuchavi.
Women caucus. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Whilst I take the floor in contribution of vote 9 of the Ministry of Finance, I'm drawn to the 50 million which has been proposed for the National Youth Development Fund, thus bringing the total funding from 257 million to now 307 million. It is my conviction that this investment is not merely tokenistic. However, it is a meaningful empowerment mechanism reflecting the President's commitment to the youth agenda in principle. However, Honorable Minister, I am concerned about the 1,000 applications which have been received having great potential in principle, but unharnessed due to perhaps the nature in which the packaging was received. I call upon the Ministry to closely assess these applications through the various mechanisms in which they were received and give the young people the necessary feedback on their applicants for adequate improvement. But fundamentally so, I once again reiterate the need to expand the reach of the National Youth Development Fund to allow more young people to be able to access the fund. We also need to find a way to ensure that the National Youth Development Fund does not die out, and this can be done. We have existing platforms such as the constituencies and the various youth forum chairpersons which are in our means, which we can assess in order for us to make the fund more accessible to the young people. Honorable Minister, the National Youth Development Fund must become a pool fund, so that we stop duplicating and reduce wastage, and actually shift to value for money. And I make reference to various programs such as the National Youth Credit Scheme and the Credit for Youth in Business by the National Youth Council, which are currently inexistent. Che Guevara tells us that passion is needed for any great work. And for the revolution, passion and audacity is required in big doses. Therefore, to the fellow young people, with the various opportunities we have been granted, let us ensure that we build sustainable and impactful businesses that demonstrate our ability to innovate, create, and build. On another note, Honorable Minister, the Procurement Act currently disenfranchises youth-led businesses. Correct. Due to the centralized procurement, which is also very bureaucratic and tedious. Its competitiveness has resulted in local companies losing out on opportunities because of the fact that they are competing with well-established companies who are able to put up a much cheaper bid. And with those few remarks, I support vote 9 of the Ministry of Finance. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mwasindange. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to begin by appreciating Honorable Minister Shafuda for tabling important bills in this House, being the Auditor's Authority Bill and the Income Tax Amendment Bill. However, Honorable Minister, having tabled these two important bills, a fundamental question then arises: when are you tabling the Public Finance Management Bill, a very, very important bill at the core of our public finances and the way we carry ourselves, and even the way we do our budgeting processes? When are you tabling that important bill to really shape the way we budget as a country? And when are you tabling the Sovereign Wealth Fund bill? You know, we have the discovery of oil, Honorable Minister. We don't want a situation whereby investors will come here and they will borrow against our oil. So when is that important bill coming, so that we are prepared as a nation and we don't we don't only act when the disaster is already upon us. When are those two important bills coming to this House? Continuing, Honorable Deputy Chair, I want to talk about the National Youth Fund. You know, this Assembly, Honorable Minister of Finance, approved 257 million in the last financial year for the National Youth Development Fund. Now, the minister in her contribution yesterday reported that at least 16.8 million has been disbursed so far, representing only 6.5% execution rate of what we gave you last year. I want to know why did we only give 16 million when we initially approved 257 million? What happened to the rest of the money? Are there no, you know, I want to understand what happened there. And also, I'm sure there are a lot of beneficiaries that do not receive funding as of yet, and also potential beneficiaries that are supposed to benefit from this fund. Honorable Minister, even the 16 million on page 109 there. If you go to page 109 there of the estimates of revenue, you know, it says that you report in the Assembly through your motivation that you gave 16 million. Now, when we look in the book, it says that you gave 0. So I want to know, Honorable Minister, where did you get the 16 million from? Because it's not budgeted for. It's not in here. We have given it to you, yet you reported that you have given 16 million, yet the budget says otherwise. It says that you gave 0. So it then put me in a very difficult position, because how then can we trust the budgets like this that have serious omissions and serious misconduct, or even maybe serious misappropriations? I do not understand, because you say you give this money, the budget says you gave 0 in the previous financial year. It doesn't make sense, unfortunately. Please enlighten us on that. The next thing I want to contribute on, Honorable Minister, is the administration of CMAS. Assuming that the budget book is talking about the Social Security Commission, as was the directive in the past, I want to know, Honorable Minister, Social Security is drastically failing as we speak to manage maternal benefits. Just maternal benefits, Social Security is already in a mess, not able to administer that and on time. And I'm sure, I'm speaking to the mothers, they will not be able to say no, because most of them that went into maternity, it takes 5 or even more months for them to receive this, their benefits from Social Security Commission. How will they be able to manage a 3 billion medical aid scheme, honestly? And since we are very good, Honorable Minister, at feasibility studies, we are very good at funding that over millions and millions of dollars. Was there a feasibility study that was conducted so that it informs us of this move? Or we just moved, yet we are very good at funding feasibility studies? Was there one to inform our move? Or we just moved? You told them to switch off.
Now they automatically switch off. 5 minutes. Honorable Ludueti, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to add my contribution based on the social grant on page 136, especially the CBIG, Conditional Basic Income Grant. I've taken notice that this grant has been reduced from an amount of 207,828,000 to 177,922,000. I want to know why. And then while we are still on it, For me, this grant is problematic. Why? Because it's very discriminatory. We have poor people in the villages who cannot afford the basic needs. But yet this fund is only for people who live in urban areas and peri-urban areas. That is one of them. And then this fund again will bring urbanization. When people heard about this fund, they started erecting tumbashus in town because they wanted to benefit. Are we solving the problem? And then the biggest problem again, we have wrong beneficiaries for this. We know already that the CBIG went to replace the former Harambe food bank. But the people who were getting this food bank, they were excluded because officials who went to register, especially in regions, these officials were coming from Windhoek. They don't know the people. They were just registering everyone that showed up to those community halls. This is why we have wrong beneficiaries, and they continue to get the money. We have people who are working in retail shops who are getting this money. What is going to be done to rectify this? And then from them, I noticed also that it was halted in 2024. Maybe I should ask, when is it going to commence again? Because I can see it's in the budget. And then, if it was for me, the best option would be the basic income grant or the universal, so that it can cover everyone, even those ones who are in the villages. If we indeed want to help the poor people, we should not discriminate. Should the poor people migrate from the rural areas to go to town in order to be helped? Honorable Minister. And then the next one, I want to talk about the disability grant. The Vice President of the Republic of Namibia has spoken many, many times about his support for people with disabilities. We know that people with disabilities face many challenges. They need assistive devices, some need nappies, some need medical supplies. Though the 1.6 is very important, it's very little. So, how do you support the Vice President and everyone who is talking about the increment of the disability fund if we don't see it in the budget, Honorable Minister? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Lucato, my relative brother, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my good relative brother, Deputy Chairperson of Whole House Committee, the respected relative brothers and sisters, honorable members. Thank you so much for the platform. I raise on vote 09, Minister of Finance, my contribution on behalf of the National Democratic Party NDP, with the powers vested on me. I just want to state that the Minister of Finance, its function and duties, or its mandate and function duties are as follows: is to make sure that they receive revenue, they receive monies generated from various ministries, government organs, and even they have to receive money donated from foreign countries, then and sponsored from the foreign countries. Then it's also mandated to allocate budgets to various ministries to make sure that the functions of the ministries, government institutions, become a reality. And the main purpose is for the development of this country, starting from the rural, regional, and the national development. That is the purpose. That is the ministry. Then the ministry itself, according to the budget, it's also not enough for the ministry, because its mandate to carry out the functions, it cannot come with the reality. So I see that the budget of the Minister of Finance should be reasonable to be added. Let me come again to my recommendations. Again, I see that our pensioners, those who were promised 3,000 Namibian dollars, then it was a disappointment that they get $100. So my appeal and the recommendation is that that $100 should be paid within, let me say, 3 months, if it cannot be paid in 1 month. So to consider the pensioners, older people, they are so important. They worked for this country, so they should be considered to implement that 3,000. If myself and the NDP advocate for 5,000 for the pensioners, then the 3,000 now advocated for the current government. So it should be implemented. So my appeal that even that 3,000 is not enough. Myself, I recommend for 5,000 for the pensioners. Let me also add that the resources of this country should be shared to all citizens, those who need, let me say, to be accommodated, so that if Namibia is reaching with a small population, then Namibia is rich. So let us not come up with the excuse that there's no resources, there's no money. Namibia is rich in totality. So I just want to appeal that myself, I support vote 09, Minister of Finance, 100%. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Cantorodu.
Yeah. Thank you so much, as Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister of Finance, thanks for your budget. Now, with regard to your own portion that you want us to appropriate to you, I will echo part of the contribution from Honorable Nekundi. The way Bank of Namibia is regulating the commercial banks, the Bank of Namibia, they are not hands-on. I think last year contribution I mentioned the allocations of ATMs across the country. It has been designed that is closer to the previously disadvantaged communities. Is in town and then in well-off areas of the black communities. You take Hopapes, there is no ATM in a Paco location. Naraval, nothing. So this poor community have to take a taxi to go to town, withdraw money and pay the taxi, while the well-off is just a walking distance. Windhoek, you go to Marida, say Plakte, no ATM. Kidmaswop, all over Oshiwarongo, Retoveni, I think there's only FNB, and then nothing there. So I don't know why we're so discriminated. And people that are in these banks are our own children, grown up in those townships. Now, when they come at the decision-making level, they cannot think of have empathy with their parents that have brought them up, just to make law in order to benefit, to change the narrative that was not right in the past. The other one is the farming tax. You know what happened? I don't want to go into details, but I will only request on behalf of the farmers who have been affected. Some people lost job. Some people are still paying like 10,000 a month, 8,000 according to different thresholds. Can we have an amnesty, or can you forgive them so that they can come back to normal and start contributing to the economy? So these farmers have been robbed. They did not know about the system. The accountant that were busy with their books played them, pulled them into the doldrum. They were not aware what was happening. And also some of the culprits were from the Ministry of Finance, internal. There was some, it was like a cartel from outside to inside. So most of the farmers who participated in that process, they were unknown, even though we know not knowing the law is not an excuse, but can we have an amnesty? Can we forgive them? The issue of there is a cabinet resolution for assisting the farmers, more especially directed to Agribank. Cabinet 3/11.03.25/009. That cabinet provides a revise of affirmative action loan scheme. Can you shed light? Why is that cabinet directive not implemented? And finally, on the youth fund, I applaud the government for introducing the youth fund. However, I want to link the youth fund with BTC graduates. Why don't we have a model from that fund so that we can fund the BTC graduates with a starting capital to buy equipment, machinery, because these are skilled people. They are not studying, they are not dreaming. They have been trained. They have entrepreneurship as a course. They have been trained as a qualified artisan. Why can't we empower them so that they can start their own workshop and start to supply the market with whatever is needed? I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Steenkamp.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, esteemed honorable members, I rise to contribute to the debate on Vote 9, Ministry of Finance, and really to lend my support. Like many others, I take note that the 7.3 billion is a significant investment in the social sectors, and it is truly a lifeline for thousands of individuals, be they in the rural areas, be they vulnerable groups, be they people with disabilities, but it's, in my view, it safeguards the dignity, it reduces poverty, and it really strengthens households' resilience. That's on the biggest part of the budget, which is 7.3 billion. But it's also noteworthy for me to take note of government's progress in terms of public debt management. With the successful redemption of the Eurobond, I was very proud last year in October 2025 when that Eurobond was paid off. I also take note that the 14 billion currently is used to pay back domestic debt, at least, and only 1 billion goes towards foreign debt. But I must also caution that we have now become a country that lives beyond our means. And we cannot sustain that, Honorable Minister. Not in our government and not in our households.
Oh, yes.
We have to face the realities. It's really time for us to interrogate and reflect deeply what it is that we need to improve on. How do we return to the basics? And that's a question I keep on asking, not just in the ministry, but also towards household and the issues of overdraft. So many of our Namibians are living with overdrafts. We can't do without overdrafts. That's what we tell ourselves. But how do we gain back our power and our and our credibility and our stability in terms of spending, public spending. I also wish to, like I said, underscore the importance of domestic revenue mobilization. That is truly, truly commendable. In terms of the National Youth Development Fund, I will be polarizing this in the sense that it must be broadened, and at the same time we had one here, we probably need to tighten it. What are the lessons, Honourable Minister, that we've learned with the disbursement of the fund? Yes, indeed, we have paid out 60 million. We had more than 11,000 applicants. What lessons have we learned that we can improve on for this financial year to have a far bigger reach and to also accelerate the implementation of the National Youth Development Fund? In terms of the budget management control, I already made mention to that. I wish also to commend on page 122 the digitization and the automation of the budget process. At this point, I really want to commend you and your team for walking a tightrope and balancing this budget in the manner that you did. So the 3 million for me, that's fine. Where I have a problem is that our contingency provision is significantly lower at 140 million. And previous years, it was 411 million. Just like to understand that contingency provision. Another thing that I think we need to look into, Honourable Minister, is the issue of printing these budget books. They're very heavy to carry. It's costing us 1.1 million. I think we cannot sustain this, and we should not sustain this. All in all, I'm very happy to support vote 09, Minister of Finance. Thank you so much to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we gave ourselves the mandate of 45 minutes that we would devote to this vote. But if we have second thoughts on what we undertook, then let me know. Are you rescinding the decision of 45 minutes? No, I'm simply just reminding you that at the beginning of this vote, number 9, we agreed that we will devote 45 minutes to it. Now, if we have changed the approach, if we are sticking to it, then all these green lights must be extinguished now, so that we, yeah, please, good. No. Now you spoke already, Honourable. Honourable members, are we going back to our decision? It's as simple as that. Now, I don't want any arguments. Are we going back to our decision of only 45 minutes? If we are not going back, then I would, with all humility, request you to extinguish the green lights. Can we do that? Good. Minister, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you.
Yes, he knows.
Camera. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please.
Our Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Thank you so much to all the honourable members who have contributed and those ones who still needed to contribute. Thank you so much. I wanted to start with, I have already given my appreciation to your contributions. I wanted to start with Honourable Nekundi, but he's not here.
But maybe I will give him the answer, because it is true that the charges are high, but we also need to appreciate the reports that are normally produced by the Bank of Namibia, because there are really some banks that have started to reduce their charges. We might not notice, because now psychologically we're already saying they are too high. And even when there's a percentage reduction, you won't notice it. But Bank of Namibia, for example, has produced a report, and it says, Standard Bank Namibia 2026 reduced fees for daily transactions, free inter-account transfers, and free point of sale, purchases of what, and then they have given for each one of the banks. In other words, let us also familiarize ourselves with what the Bank of Namibia is really doing. Not that they have not done anything, they keep on engaging the banks to reduce the fees. And for the low-income earners, there is something called basic income account. On that one, they don't charge anything. But again, it's a matter of Bank of Namibia to continue educating us further, so that we can also make use of those facilities where the charges are not being levied. Now, Chairperson, the Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, when you use words like delinquents and all these other words, and you are referring it to your colleague, for me, I don't provoke anyone because I have that respect. But the moment you advise me and use a language that is not common, I might also read. Okay, I leave it there. But that one was not polite. That one was not polite, but he's not here. It was not polite. Now, my Honorable Vike, thank you very much for your contributions. And it is true, for the transfers to SOEs, it's not that they do not do anything. They produce their annual reports. Namibia Revenue Agency is one of them. Then we have Development Bank of Namibia. Then we have FIC. Then you have who else benefited from there? Development Bank of Namibia also. So they produce annual reports. And in those reports, they really indicate how they have used the money. And I believe there was a comment here to say, whenever we have received the annual reports from entities, let us try to read through and to appreciate what is in there. Soon I'm going to table this report of the Bank of Namibia. Beautiful like this. But please, when I table it, let us familiarize ourselves with what is written here. Very, very informative, and we will find it very helpful. Now, the other one is on Abumbi, again, on social grants. Yes, there are ghosts there. That one's a difficult one, because with my colleague, Minister of Gender, we would really want to do, again, re-registration of beneficiaries for all the categories of the grants. Because today I was reading a report from NAMPOST of unclaimed money. And I'm asking myself, from October to March, and the person is not claimed, but he used to claim, what had happened. But I am also aware of some who have, by the time they transitioned from cash to cards, there was also few things that have happened there, and for that we are rectifying those mistakes. So we are with you. If there are ghost beneficiaries there, when we get hold of you, you are going to pay back that money. And I believe the public is listening to what we are saying. All right. And then I come to Honorable Sharonese Bush. Oh, thank you very much for all your comments. I can only say that DBN and Agribank, we are all talking about new, right? We have the new board. We have the new CEO starting tomorrow, that's Agribank. The one of DBN also started. So I am on them, and I really want them to deliver to the mandate, to the core mandate of these development financial institutions. We are together on that, so is the whole public. There is no reason why their regulation requirements should be very strict, more than even the commercial banks. So we are on those discussions with these two development financial institutions. And I will also give them your feedback, Honorable Bush, that they should innovate and come up with blended financing initiatives. Of course, DBN has started, but I want to see it in practice, and I believe that is also what you have advised, Honorable Bush. On SEMAS reforms, yes, we controls and so forth. That's why we have put up a governance structure that I have already mentioned in my statement. And again, soon we are going to see what the Office of the Prime Minister has produced in terms of the review of the staff rules concerning SEMAS. And now the controls will be very, very tight, because even some of the benefits where there was unlimited, you go there 7 times and no one is controlling on why you have gone to see this doctor 100 times. So now, watch the space, the controls are coming, and we are really strengthening all these loopholes that have caused the SEMAS, the scheme to be misused, if I can put it that way. We have also spoken to the service provider, like I have said, that is to say, it is also up to them, because if there is no money, we will not be able to pay for the services that you have rendered. But we do not want to go that way. So we are also in collaboration with the service, healthcare service providers to ensure that they also do not overcharge the scheme. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you very much. For the Prime Minister, I will just say thank you for your support. We will continue to work very hard. So as Honorable Karupu, thank you so much. The youth fund, almost everybody has spoken about the youth fund. And it's because this is the flagship. For us in the Ministry of Finance, in all the corridors, that is why we have a brand new ED there, and a brand new project manager. They are all brand new. And because of that, they have the energy to make sure that this fund, this program, really delivers the results. And that is all what I wanted to say there. And we will keep on giving you feedback. Now, Honorable Mashindange, thank you for your contributions as well. And the PFM bill, that one, so is the sovereign wealth bill. They are coming. And when they come, please support me. Eh? You are my shadow. Support me. Support me so that my 2 bills, together with the other ones that are already here, so we pass them during the course of this year. So they have passed CCL, so they will be on their way to Parliament. Then on Social Security Commission, why have they been given responsibility to manage SEMAS? The Cabinet was very clear. Cabinet never said Social Security Commission take over. The resolution says explore if you have the capacity and capability to manage SEMAS. That's why you have heard them saying maybe they are going to do feasibility studies, they are going to do X, Y, Z. It's because Cabinet did not say take over. Cabinet said explore whether you have the capacity and capability to manage SEMAS. And I think now it is clear also in the public, because I have been hearing why Social Security taking over the administration of SEMAS. No, it's just the exploration. I believe we are together on that one. Honorable Ruth Hesse. Okay. Now, the CBIG, like we are saying, this one we are going to, we are monitoring it, because we are also not too sure whether we are getting the results that we wanted to get out of this CBIG, unlike the other social grants programs. So we are together there, together with my Minister of Gender. We would want to have a relook at that one. Number one, the targeting of these beneficiaries. Was it really correct? Are they really the ones, or they are the ones that you have also described, that they are working in SOPRIGHT, and then they are also the ones that are benefiting from here? All right, so thank you for that. And then on the disability grant, we will continue talking about that one. For now, and I believe I will also cover Honorable Lucato with my response on this one. For now, let us appreciate what is allocated. That is all what we can afford now. Like we are all saying, let us live within our means. We understand. We understand. And if we had it, if we had all the money, we would have really given the 3,000, the 5,000, a billion, and so forth. But for now, let us embrace that what the government has allocated to these beneficiaries. Now, Honorable Kandorodu, I don't know. My brother, I want to start with the difficult one. You have mentioned the cabinet resolution of February the 8th or the 11th of 2025 on the affirmative action loan scheme. You see, it's good that you brought it up. If you look at that resolution and you study it and you ask yourself, this government, will it sustain that resolution? If I were you who have looked at it, I would have said, government, have a relook into that resolution because you cannot afford it. I leave it there. We will engage and I will provide feedback in one of the days. In as far as that affirmative action loan scheme is concerned, for the 11th of March 2025. It's good you brought it up. We'll leave it there for now. But I want to go to the other ones that are easy. The Bank of Namibia to motivate the commercial banks to put up these ATMs, machines, I fully agree with you. We went to one of the rural, not very far, in Kunene. And you could see there are teachers there, there are nurses there, but there's no facility. They have to travel a long distance to access an ATM. So I fully agree with you on that one, and we are going to work on it. In fact, I have already mentioned it to the governor. He's looking into that aspect. Again, now, the farmers, those ones, they should just go back to NAMRA. There will be no forgiveness. The only thing that they can do is a repayment plan to honor their obligations. I think that is fair, right? I leave it there. I'm almost done. Honorable Dr. Sanet Steenkamp, thank you very much for your contributions. Yes, we have to live within our means. Thank you so much. What are the lessons on the National Youth Development Fund? We are still growing, eh? We are still crawling, including the youth. When they heard about this program first, they just put in, some of them, they just put in anything without really having thought of their project proposals and so forth. But as the DFIs are continuing to train them, to mentor them, and also to engage them, so as the Ministry of Finance, we are now starting to see quality applications, and those are the ones that have been approved. And where they have not been approved, they are given feedback so that they can continue to enhance their applications. And we are happy. But we are very happy with the youth. They are really coming. And thank you very much, Honorable Chuchavi. Yes, we have to make sure that the youth have access to this fund. It's theirs. Let us continue helping them so that then they can come up with their project proposals that can also benefit from here. Equally, the ones who are from VTCs, they just form up their companies and they access the funding. This is their fund and so forth. Contingency provision at the level of 140 million, very low though, but that's all what we can afford. Otherwise, I could have applied a percentage across all the votes to make up a 1 billion contingency provision. With that, I really thank you, all of you. And I also thank you because you have contributed nicely to vote 8, defense. So one day when we come here and we say defense has been allocated 20 billion, we should not complain because you all said all the money should go to defense. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Any objections on vote number 9? Agreed to. Thank you. I now put vote 31, Veterans Affairs. Any discussion? Oh, the names are there. Honorable Minister Emma Theophilus.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. In all honesty, Chairperson, I wanted to contribute to vote 8 and vote 9, but both times I got very unlucky with the time allocated. But I'm happy to contribute to vote 31, Veterans Affairs, as presented by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister, I'd like to thank the continued work that the Veterans Affairs does for our veterans. I know this all too well because I am a child of a veteran of the liberation struggle. My mother was very lucky to get the assistance she receives from the Veterans Affairs, including the lump sum Veterans Project financing that she received in order for her to start a small project that still sustains her as she has retired from active service in the Namibian Police Force. But I'd like to say that there are still so many others that are asking for this assistance, and I know that the amount allocated will not be able to cater for everybody in this financial year, but I hope that the projects that are approved for our increasingly aging veterans are responding to where they are now as opposed to where they were 15, 20 years ago. The second thing, Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to raise is the issue of the unmarked graves. I have traveled the country extensively and I've gotten the opportunity to engage many communities around, of course, ICT-related matters. But because as Minister of ICT and as Minister of Information and Communication, communities, inform one of all the matters that they are concerned about. And the unmarked graves of our fallen heroes and heroines continue to be a challenge. Many are just literally buried everywhere, depending on where the soldier fell during the time of battle. They are unmarked, they are not fenced off. And I understand in one of your programs you have the exhumation and the reinterment of the remains of the martyrs. I think it's about 13 million allocated to that. I think we need to expedite that program, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those fallen heroes. Some are known, some are unknown, which I know complicates the situation, but I think we can still do something with that allocation to actively give the dignified burial to our fallen heroes. Lastly, Honorable Deputy Minister, is around the documentation, the collection and preservation of the history of the liberation struggle. I believe that there are still so many stories untold. So many veterans that have not documented their journeys in how they contributed to the liberation of this country. We are committing ourselves at the Ministry of ICT to work with Veterans Affairs, to use multimedia efforts, whether it's print, whether it's recordings, whether it's making documentaries, whether it's just even audios, to get the veterans to tell their stories about their journey that culminated into the liberation and freedom of this country on the 21st of March 1990. So we are ready to support you, Honorable Deputy Minister, and without reservation, I fully support vote 31, Veterans Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Itipok Kampala.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to contribute to vote 31, Veterans Affairs, with a bit of reservation. Honourable Minister, I would like you to explain to us the appeal process. Because it seems that it is very slow and tedious. How is it that I am a veteran? An example, I'm a veteran, I'm alive, I get certified. Carola comes and I certify that no, it's his story, yes, we're together in the war, we did everything together, but he gets declined. to get veteran status. And then we will get 3 other to confirm and to authentify our contribution, but yet Kalola gets dismissed or gets rejected. How do we verify if 5 people give account to one person, but only the 5 get recognized and 1 does not, but you all together in the same battlefield? How is it the one who gets excluded? Even if I provide all information, why is one always excluded? So I know that appeal process to be clear, to be clarified, because these people, these veterans out there that are fighting to be recognized, but still the appeal board is refusing with all the necessary information available. Number 2 is the psychological support. Yes, in your budget you spoke about 37 veterans got medical support. But what about psychological support? Because our veterans were told by our colleagues in those ministries, when a veteran comes there and you say a few words, they become physical. They become physical because they feel that they are still at war. This person is fighting me for my benefits. So meaning that the psychological space or setup is still not correct. But they are here roaming around. And here in your budget is no mention of psychological support. And the Kapofi last year was almost manhandled in the north in Ngodiva. Because of that same situation, no psychological support. So why are we not budgeting for this psychological support in the ministry's budget? The other is the issue of the children. I see it's always, we always try to sneak them through, and I want to what is the word? Not to do that, because then you are going to create 2 classes of young people on the streets. There's 2 young people that are all vying for economic emancipation. No one is different apart from what you want to do with the veterans. Everybody must go and fight for themselves on the streets. There is no, just because your father was a liberation hero doesn't mean you are better than anybody else in this country. So that notion of liberation struggle, children or kids, must come to an end. And I implore the ministry not to recognize that factor, because every Namibian child is and is worth to benefit from the resources. Last one, it's a bit controversial, but I'll try my best to. We have our fallen brothers that died in the genocide, that have unmarked graves there in Flag of Moon. Yes, I know the Veteran Act spoke about something specific, but what if, with the nobility that you speak about, with the unity that you speak about, we say no, as a government, out of the veterans' budget, we will put up something special for our brothers and sisters that have fallen there in that have unmarked graves in Shokobu, or wherever we find them. Because we cannot rely always on the state to create something, to have an act of parliament and do something. But there is money meant for liberation, war, for those that have fought in the war, for those that have died in the war. But we cannot allow us to continuously moving away and creating 2 classes. So let's try and see if we can't the 30 million that we have available for unmarked graves, just to go and put something there for our fellow brothers and sisters of the genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mulunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Chair of the whole House.
He's resting somewhere.
Yeah. Deputy Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to page 429 on Division 3, Policy, Heritage and Social Affairs. In the main operation says identification, registration of veterans, monthly financial assistance, funeral assistance to families of the deceased veterans, acquisition and preservation of historic materials and artifacts, and documenting the history of the liberation struggle. And on the next page, on page 430, there are various government organizations, and I want to draw your attention to the Okatope Poultry Farm. That was allocated an amount of 3 million in the year 2025-2026. And in the current financial year, it has been allocated an amount of 10 million. That's about a difference or an increase of 7 million. I would like to understand from the Honorable Deputy Minister what warranted that increase of such a huge amount of 10 million. What happened to the 3 million that has been granted last year to the poultry farm? Has it produced or made any profit? And what is basically happening on that side? And I see that there are also amounts of 7 million in the next financial year and another 3 million. So we plan to spend about 23 million on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kalola.
Covered.
Sorry? You don't want the floor anymore? Okay, Honorable Herunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. From the onset, I would like to appreciate the efforts of your ministry by looking after men and women who have been there for us. The people who made sure that we are here in this parliament, united as we are, to fight for development and unity of our country. We thank you very much for that effort, Honorable Deputy Minister. In support of vote 31, Honorable Deputy Minister, not everybody who is qualified, in my opinion, to be a veteran of our national liberation struggle is registered in this country due to lack of accessibility of information to our people, especially in rural areas, in far remote regions. People do not have access to that particular information for them to be able to approach relevant offices and apply. I'm aware of few of them, especially in northern part of Kunene region. I happen even to take an Omhiba woman in her Ochihiba traditional attire, bringing her to the Office of Veterans Affairs in Kunene region. But the way the officials were talking to this particular woman here is not as per the norms and tradition of the people in that part of the country. I would like to say our officials should understand that if I go to Katima Muliro or to Kachinakachi or to Opuo, I must be able to approach this community. For example, it is very rare for an Ochihimba speaking woman to talk to a man she does not know. So therefore, our officials must have that in their understanding. It's very, very important, and I spoke to the officials, and within 2-3 months, if she cannot be registered, Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs, I will bring that woman. Yeah, I'm on page 6, number 8A. Number 2, Honorable Deputy Minister. Number 2, the funding of the individual veterans project. There are many projects of our veterans of our national liberation struggle that have been approved by the ministry, but that are not funded due to lack of funds. It is now an opportunity for us now to make sure that those projects are prioritized. Honorable Deputy Minister, the youngest veterans of our national liberation struggle are people of my age, and I'm no longer a young man. So therefore we have to prioritize them, make sure that we fund them, so that once they pass on to the next world, they had an opportunity to enjoy the fruits of what they fought for. Especially a super party-led government cannot and will not and shall not afford not to look after those who have been fighting for this country. So, therefore, Honorable Deputy Minister, with this remark, I wholeheartedly and unequivocally support vote 31, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This list is not proper, man. It's Opindi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You are the next one.
Thank you very much. I do, of course, support this vote. You know that. My parents are both veterans. And I thank Honorable Dr. Mobita for presenting it. And the Deputy Secretary General of SWAPO said something very profound, that there are projects that have not sometimes been allocated funds because of lack of funds. And I'll tell you what, because myself and I think the Honorable Venani have really spoken this, and we just want to probably drill in details. If you go into the Act, the issue of creating, in Part 3, the issue of creating the fund, and it might have been created, but it is not created in the form of creating really a sovereign type of fund, which, because if you look at the money we've appropriated to this program to date, it's probably around 30 billion there or more, because you have to go on to the rate of like 1 billion plus. And that issue, honorable members, the absence of a properly well-capitalized fund has then created some kind of a consumption type of, where you are just, it's a consumption type of model, which is a spend as you go, and not necessarily a wealth creation model, which is governed on invest and sustain. So instead of just spending billions and billions of dollars, we could have, had we done this on day one, and we can still correct it. That's why I'm actually proposing that we do it. Instead of just spending billions of dollars, we could have built a permanent financial asset that pays veterans indefinitely. And the bottom line is that a very well capitalized veteran fund could have, will have established real proper and proper capital in dollars and managed by competent people, operating at a global level, really, and marshaled around either wealth creation systems or high-yield return possibilities. And then, this could today have probably been in the region, if you look at the market trend, could have probably been in the region of $20 to $40 billion, earning roughly an interest earning, not even contribution, of like 2 to 4 billion in the annual returns, covering veterans' benefit without relying fully on the national budget. Because what you have now, in terms of, if you don't have that, because you are just on a pay, on what you are getting from the budget, from the process of appropriation by National Assembly and Parliament, and government is missing the opportunities, because you would have earned a return instead of spending everything, creating a self-sustaining funding pool, and veterans could be supported from investment income, not just annual budgets. And this will reduce, of course, pressure from the fiscus itself. The amount is big. If you look at what we are looking at now, it's 1 billion plus. It is very, very, very big. And this whole capital preservation, and it will create intergenerational equity, because the funds will be flowing without absolute return, and people can actually plan their financial strategies and their financial consumption, and in return have a proper, financial management in place. I support this budget, I support this vote, but we need to return to that issue critically. One of the issues that Honorable Kambala has said, and I thank him for that, and we are not, as children of the liberation struggle, we are not saying there are no other challenges in the country. There are. And we are also not taking away the right of those people, of those other youth. And I sympathize with them. I think where we can meet each other halfway is to say, Honorable Toby Apindi, perhaps you have been CEO, you have been in business, you are a member of parliament, graduate from the program. But it is true that there are also people who came from exile whose parents were killed in the battlefield and never get that off. And there we must sympathize with them. We cannot just push it under the carpet. But with that, I thank you very much for your point, and I support wholeheartedly this vote. Thank you so very much, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable Achpara.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee. I also want to start by contributing to say, I want to thank the government for establishing the Veteran Affairs to care for our veterans who brought about our independence. I understand what my Honorable Upindi have said, that we need to look into the question of sustainability, but yet, 36 years is quite a good number. It's a lot of years that we still have 11,228 to be exact approved, and still these veterans have not yet received their individual veteran project money. Yes, but the issue is the veterans have delivered bravely, successfully, the liberation struggle, the independence, the democracy that is making us to sit behind these beautiful screens. Now we as the 8th Parliament, can we deliver them, or can we deliver the 2 livelihood, I'm more concerned about the 2 livelihood grants or financial services for them to put food on their table. That is this, the once-off gratuity, or what we call the lump sum. It has now been revised from 200,000 to 170. For those one, it is now 1.9. And it was in this very house last year, we unanimously agree and saw the need to say, these veterans are aging. These veterans have got serious medical conditions that is making them to depart from this world. So we have got the only one opportunity to deliver them, or we will live to regret it and always to say, we had a chance, but we let it slip. Then the other one is, the second is the monthly grant. It was established in 2011-2012. It is now about 16 years. Look at that time when it was established, the inflation that has taken place. After 16 years, you still expect the same amount of 2,000 that maybe was able to put bread on the table of this veteran. To do that in 2026, it is not possible. So I am not saying 5,000, I'm not saying what, but I'm just saying let us try to improve that grant so that it can match the inflation that has passed by. Yeah, what are we? I have a question for Honorable Deputy Minister, is to say, Honorable Deputy Minister, what is it that you have not yet done so that you do it? Do we need to shout more or to do what so that these veterans, we deliver them before they depart from this world? Truly speaking, it has taken too long. And yes, we have to think, as Honorable Upindi is saying, that let's find ways sustainably and do this. But we can still say, fine, let's pay this once off, and we start with a new model of assisting the veterans that are coming up, as Honorable Herunga is saying. With that, I wholeheartedly, undividedly support this vote to continue supporting the veterans.
Thank you. Honorable Binge Cheundo, you have the floor.
Thank you once again. I rise again today to contribute to the budget vote 31 with a deep sense of responsibility and concern. In this vote, I see continued allocation towards the liberation struggle veterans, the plain fighters. This recognition is very important and necessary. I really do support the recognition. However, I believe that this vote must go further to reflect the full history of our nation. Honorable members, I'm very much concerned. While we are paying, or while we have this vote 31, looking after the war veterans, we still have some of them camping around the swap of party office. There are rising concerns about exclusions, delayed recognition, and lack of benefit.
And they are being chased away.
That's a clear indication that there is an unfairness in the distribution of these funds. Honorable Prime Minister, I'm always listening to your wise words when you are saying we have only one Namibia. And with this Namibia, we have to work hard and to remember that our people are depending on us. But sometimes we are speaking, but we are doing different things. We have descendants from the Herero and Nama community. They are staying in Namibia. These people are suffering. They are faced by poverty, landlessness, and marginalization. But we are just not amending this vote to cater for these people. Additionally, I believe that national reconciliation is very important. We have another group of people living in Namibia, the SWATF group, which is also part of the history. We cannot deny the history of Namibia. They too are Namibians, and they are shaped by conflict. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kalangula.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute on main division 03 on page 429, something that I profoundly take heart and believe should be done correctly, and that's documenting our history. One, I would definitely want us to preserve this history by looking into the research and development that is on the other page of 430 at a tune of 1 million. The Honorable Minister of Education would agree with me that there is a historical gap in our history that needs to be taught to our students and our children that we are going to leave behind. In that historical gap, I have come to learn when I was doing a research myself, and I've seen that we are doing injustice to teach those that we are leaving behind when we are no more. So it is in that instance that I also had to share that equally so, as it was outside the country, there were also atrocities inside the countries, something that we ought to learn from. If we do not write our history, someone else will write it for us, or someone will exaggerate our stories. And of course, there was also protection of liberation struggle fighters inside the country whenever they came back home. We do not have a full documentation of that, and we are doing an injustice by not documenting that part. As a result, we have inherited systems that were upheld by those that remained behind during the liberation struggle of outside, and some were equally so, providing service inside. That part needs to be documented as well, and being understood why we are here up to now and what brought us here, both inside and outside. Those are contributing factors that we need to align ourselves to. It is in respect of learning and in respect of preserving that rich history that we have, and inclusivity, that will also strengthen our reconciliation. Everyone had that in their heart, that they are doing the best for their country. Veterans, equally so by definition, universally and worldwide, is anyone that served in a war. And that also needs to be taken notice. It does not take sides. I would also want to expand on exaggeration of stories, on a lighter note, definitely. I took upon to listen to an interview of someone narrating their stories in the liberation struggle. And they are saying, while the enemies came, they hid under the water and they breathed through a straw of grass for many hours. Really, you see the exaggeration of not documenting history. What comes forth? And the other one was saying his intestines were cut out. And he rolled, he did some maneuvers, he survived, he washed his intestines. I mean, really. You see, this is why we need to document our stories, to avoid these exaggerations, because these stories, at the end of the day, they end up being taught to our children. And they will take that history as part of what we were all about in the past. We need to preserve all that, to have a rich history, to consider what happened inside the country and outside, and what brought independence to this country. Otherwise, we cannot talk much on reconciliation to preserve that history. I so submit, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kalangula. Honorable Masake Rudi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise today to support Vote 31, the Veteran Affairs. Oh, yes. Yeah, my minutes, while I support this vote, I rise with matter that requires attention and reconsideration by the ministry said. I wish to bring the attention of this House to the case of the late veteran Judea Boloma. It's deeply concerning that the wives were left behind. But very concerning, when the late Judea Boloma was picked in his village, in his house, that night or that day, he was accompanied by the wife, who later been brought to Namibia. You can imagine the trauma she went through, losing the husband in whatever way the era could do, we don't know. So as we speak, the women have passed away 2 years ago. The old man had 2 wives, and all of them have passed on. So the children were deprived with the right education because they have to change names from the biological name to the relatives because of the fear
of being victimized
and the threat. You know, they could be a victim of the era. So as we speak now, the remaining biological children still struggle in isolation. No proper housing, accommodation, or no proper living condition. They are not yet recognized. These wives, I thought it was very much important for the minister to reconsider them and give them the opportunity they deserve. So I want to believe that there are still many veterans that are not yet been identified. When I look at page 430 here, I do not see any budget allocated into that. So I would want to appeal to the ministry to please reconsider and go out to the regions, identify many veterans that are not yet been recorded. I remember my cousins, 2 of them, they went, 1 came out. We don't know where the man is now. He's remaining where they are. We don't know. So I never heard his name in any paper, in any documents. These are veterans that we know. So I humble myself before the ministry. Please kindly do a diligent checkout and see who are these veterans that fought for this liberation struggle, that we are enjoying today, the freedom, but are not yet being recorded. So while I'm ending my comments on the vote, take note. It will be very much helpful for us to do a diligently work on Judea Baloma's family. At least these wives that have slept wherever they are now, they deserve to be given a rightful right that they deserve. At Tombstone, the family to be reconsidered. I'm happy because the deputy minister is from home. So it's very close. Why can't he just go to the family and do the best way that he can do? So with these few remarks, honorable members, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. It was quite passionate. Honorable Boale.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
What?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honorable members, I rise for vote 31, Veteran FA for 2026-2027 financial year. Firstly, allow me to extend sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Namibia for the establishment and continual strengthening of the directorate responsible for the welfare of our veterans. These commitments reflect our nation's permanent gratitude to the brave men and women who sacrificed their life, safety, future during the liberation struggle so that we might enjoy the freedom we value today. Our veterans are living pillars of our independence. As such, the implementation and expansion of veteran welfare program remain important. This program provides not only material support, but also the dignity, recognition, and honor that our veterans rightfully deserve while they are still with us today. It is our collective duty to ensure that their contributions are not forgotten and that their well-being remains a national priority. I further extend heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Veterans and its dedicated staff for their undivided commitment, tirelessly reaching veterans across all corners of Namibia. Their consistent effort demonstrates a true spirit of service, respect, and national pride. In recognition of this effort and the noble responsibility entrusted to this directorate, I therefore fully support vote 31. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that.
Good time management, Honorable Mbale. The next speaker would be Honorable Kangulu.
General. Thank you very much once again, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I want to start and move my contribution in the spiritus of a patriotic call through the court of Christ Honey. And he said, I quote, "Freedom is not just the absence of oppression, but the presence of justice and the dignity," unquote. Issues of veterans. I listened to previous speakers. Veterans who are now seems to be no longer valued in terms of their dignities. That's why they are outside of that big and beautiful building. Hence, they are not even allowed to use a toilet paper. I mean, a toilet abolition. They are helping themselves around the surrounding where they are sleeping. Yet there are multiple toilets in that building. Why don't they be access to one, just one? Honorable Prime Minister. Issues of effective project planning and management is very critical. It seems to me this project, when it was first initiated, there was a lack of planning. There was quite a lack of ensuring that all the elements that needed to be considered, they were considered. It seems as there was just a reactionary action so that we pay veterans, of whom we do not know how many are there, of whom we do not know how much it required to sustain them. And as a result, this situation of lack of planning is now stressing us most. Stressing us very much. Why does it take so long for this project to be accomplished? Honestly, we could have started putting the database together and ensuring that it takes 2 years or 1 year and so, just collecting data and verifying who is a veteran, and after all, we can then be execute with a credible, accurate database. And it will be easy to manage this project. As of now, I don't know. I want to refer you to page 430, main division 03, where you can clearly see that the identification and the registration of veterans are not budgeted for this year, are not budgeted for next year, are not budgeted for the other year. Does that mean that this process has been exonerated and executed completely? Have it been accomplished? So lack of planning, lack of executing is critical, fellow Namibians. Therefore, if there is no budget for the identification, why do we have the board? Why are they being paid for? For 3 years, no verification and all this budgeted for, but we have the board. I truly want to know, why do we have budget for the board? The other issue is the improvement. If you look there is improvement on welfare for the ex-combatant. I think we are either just playing around with the feeling of the veteran of the liberation struggle. We are not serious. If we could be serious, consultation could have been at least considered with them. We are saying plan with them, but don't plan for them. These members were not consulted. Be it on this improvement proposal, I suggest to ensure at all material time that we all respect this veteran equally, and we can be able to at least consult them, sell our idea to them, and hear what they have to say. and they move on with a budget of 400 and so to improve their welfare, which is totally not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Honorable Amkoto, we are only left with 5 minutes from the time that we have so agreed. So Amkoto most likely will be the last person. Amkoto. Yeah. Amkoto, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Unless you.
Thank you very much,
you have the floor. Amkoto.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee. I rise to contribute to the budget of Vote 31 of the Veteran Affairs. I want to take you a little bit back in 1989, when Star Protection Investment was established. First, it was known as Development Brigade Corporation, DBC. I am on page 430 under 027, revenue income expenditure book. Honorable Deputy Minister, as you are aware, Star Protection was established by Karahali Holding in partnership with the Namibian government. What was the purpose? The purpose was to provide employment for the former plain combatant known as the People Liberation Army of Namibia. The affiliation. The Star Protection Services is a key security entity under Karahali Holding, a private entity. Now back to the vote. An allocation of 6 million in this financial year. Can the Honorable Minister explain in detail what this allocation for? 6 million in this financial year. Again, and last, does the government still in partnership with Karahali Holding on Star Protection Services? That's a question. And before I sit down, I also have the following question, page 430. It's funded there. Are we funding a private security company with a government money? That's a question, Honorable Deputy Minister. Do we get financial report from this entity? Who are the current beneficiaries of this security company? Does the veteran of the liberation struggle benefit from this entity? Honorable Minister, can you confirm or deny that our government is owning a security company through Veteran Affairs? I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We still have, can we stop? Can we stop? It should be 52, there around there, the time that was left. Honorable Amkoto left us with almost 2 minutes, yeah. So almost 2 minutes. Now, this is what's going to happen, honorable members. We will have to agree whether the 2 minutes will be, the next honorable member is Honorable Karonta, but there are still many green lights. But consistent with the previous ruling. Yeah, I will ignore you, but Karonta, your floor, 2 minutes, eh? You have 2 minutes, yeah. Because we said Honorable Amkoto was the last one, and he only had 5 minutes. You were so generous to leave us with 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Of course, I take the floor to also support the vote, and perhaps jump to saying that SWANU feels a particular sense of discomfort. We feel most of the project funds that were paid out in favor of those veterans recognized under SWAPO. And most of those veterans recognized under SWANU have the letters of these projects, except they have not been paid a single penny. There are others who are set to meet the general requirements, except there's a problem with consistency, and therefore they are regarded as worthy of receiving tokens. I'm not too sure if that is something provided for in law, but it is something that we are not particularly comfortable with. We feel the recognition and payout of veterans should not be a function of money. It should be assessed on the basis that the law provides for. And if money is to be found, let the money then be found. We strongly urge the ministry to do all it can to raise enough money so that we pay out our people and amend also this first in, first out arrangement, because that also affects our people.
Yeah, they switch off the thing, sorry. Honorable Karonda. Honorable members, can we now revert the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs to engage us in his response? Yeah, please. Yeah, no, the lights, they told me to ignore it, and I am doing that.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. And thank you, honorable members, for very inspiring and demoralizing questions. Honorable Theophilos, the outstanding, your question is almost the same as that of Honorable Ashpara. The outstanding veterans that still need to be paid is 11,228. And for that, we need an amount of 1.9 billion Namibia dollars. You will appreciate that this program started in 2008 when the Act was promulgated by this House. Payment did not start right away. It took time. So we registered a number of people, but the allocation of funds was not forthcoming as it should have been. But I'm happy that at least during the 2025-2026 financial year, we managed to have to pay a record number compared to previous years, a record number of 1,840 veterans. And that was at an allocation given to us in the last financial year of 362,052 dollars. So the outstanding veterans will be catered for. It is our wish to agree with honorable opinion that the Veterans Fund needs to be used optimally. It is a juristic person. It deserves to borrow and dispense. We have been made aware of that. It is in the Act, and we are going to act accordingly to make sure that all the outstanding veterans are paid. Comrade Honorable Emma also asked the same question that Honorable Kambala is concerned with, and that the issue of communication. How do the veterans get this information? You will appreciate that at the beginning, there was a flood of applications. People rushed to apply. That's why it took us longer to pay off the first part of the veterans. However, up to this minute, you still find people that want to apply because the information did not reach them. And even those who applied, when you say that X and B is staying in the same house, B is approved, but X is not approved, we rely on information that we receive from people. We do not decide on what people do. You see, when we send out teams to register, they interrogate not only the person who is applying, but they interrogate the community around that person. Let us not forget also that the Veterans Act, and this brings in the Swatif and Kufut and others, the Veterans Act defines a veteran, defines a veteran as that Namibian who consistently and persistently, two words, consistently and persistently contributed to the liberation struggle. So if you came back with Shipanga or you came back with Muyongo, it defeats the consistency and persistence. All right? But yeah, you didn't complete. That is the act. That is the act. The act is passed by this parliament. The act is not passed by SWAPO. It's passed by this parliament. So if we need to review the act, you have to go back to the act. This parliament has that power to do so.
Can
now,
we
on
give
the
Minister the opportunity to respond?
We as a ministry have taken a step
honorable members,
to reach out to all our veterans. We recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the NBC so that we can engage our veterans through local radios and attend to their queries and challenges. You were asking about the grounds for the medical support, that there is no mention of psychological support. But if you had listened properly in our budget submission, we repeatedly used, I think 3 times, look for psychosocial. Look for psychosocial. What does psychosocial mean? Okay? It is basically the same thing. It's psychological, social issues. So there are 2 words put together. So we are not only dealing with the psychological part of it, we are dealing with the psychological and social issues. All right? But we need to, you say we must end the registration of children of the liberation struggle. That, I should say, is very insensitive. Very insensitive. You cannot compare a child of a veteran who grew up in a traumatic situation to a, wait, I'll come back to you, to a child who, no. Let us not compare things that cannot be compared. Let us not. And I caution that we should not. unless you have never been in touch with a child of the liberation struggle. You were here, yes. You
Can
were
we-
here, but you cannot
Hello.
compare.
Honorable members, can we please?
You stop my time. Then you have to stop my time.
Can we please calm down? Honorable minister. No, he's answering, Papa. No, we know what's Baronda, we know what's the truth. So please sit down. Now, Honorable, can we just give him an opportunity?
I didn't define veterans. The act, you were sitting here when the act was promulgated. You were sitting here. Then you need to take the act and read it. Then you'll understand what the veteran means. All right? Now, Okatope, somebody's talking about Okatope, why an extra $7 million was added to the $3 million of last year. Now, here are the things. There are two considerations here. Number one, Okatope's infrastructure needed to be refurbished. That's number one. I invite you to visit Okatope and not to ask Okatope just from the periphery. You will also realize on the second thing, the Okatope program has been expanded. At Okatope, what used to happen is we just used to produce and sell eggs, chicken eggs, okay? Now, we have expanded that program to include rearing chickens and selling the chickens, not only the eggs. So you might appreciate that the program has expanded. Now, somebody is asking, Honorable Binge, I appreciate the fact that you bring in the issue of veterans as all-inclusive. That's fine. That's fine. I also appreciate that you urge for the recognition of Swatif, Kufut, and all those who are on the other side to be recognized as veterans. I will not speak as me, because if I do, I might be unparliamentary. But I will talk as a parliamentarian. That provision can only be amended in this parliament. Bring a motion in this parliament to be debated to amend the Act, Act number 2 of 2008. You see, the thing with Namibia is we love talking, but we never take any action. And I've heard this thing of people talking about Swatif should be recognized, but nobody, the members sitting in this parliament, fail to bring up a motion because you know you are just politicking. The documentation, you are saying there's an exaggeration. There's an exaggeration. Okay. Just stop my time. Yeah.
But is there a rule that states that while he's answering?
Yes.
Cite the rule, Honorable Venani. Can you sit? Honorable, check the minister's time, ne? Can you sit down, please, Honorable? Honorable, can you please take your seat? We are controlling your time. But can you cite the rule that you are standing up under?
Rule number
what authority?
130. It's a point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Well, he's
yes. Rule 87. Eh? Honorable Chair, just let me explain something.
Okay.
Just for the sake of politics in the country and correctness. How is it
A minute.
Yeah. How is it possible that Chief Jose Akutako Kachikururume is declared a national hero for this country, but everyone around him is not declared a hero? People that were working with him are not heroes. Only him is a hero. That's how you are distorting it. That's how who wavered.
Can you please? Please continue.
Honorable Deputy Chair.
Yeah, please continue.
I believe the honorable member is too fast for me. Huh? You have reached a point that I haven't reached. I was talking about the exaggeration that is brought up by I think it was Honorable, no, the one who was talking about somebody who washes look. Yeah, in any given society, we sometimes tell stories that are not realistic. But we cannot generalize that just because one person exaggerated something, then the whole history is being distorted. That is not correct. Correct? That is not correct. Somebody also spoke about the veterans camping at the SWAPO party headquarters. I dare you to go there. Is that unparliamentary? Is that unparliamentary?
Responding,
no, I am saying.
Honorable Kampala.
I implore you. Okay, fine. I implore you.
Is it a point of order?
My time, yes. My time.
Okay, Kampala. Point of order. Can we be peaceful, please?
Deputy Chair, the thing is this. Now, you see, the mic is mine. Speaker,
yeah, we've stopped the time.
Yes, I don't know.
Don't worry, Minister, we've stopped the time.
Deputy Chair, you see, we are trying our best to debate and listen and have an opinion and respect each other's opinions as they come. But if your members, and in particular Honorable Mubita, keeps on...
you are also my member.
Yes,
I'm the presiding.
Yes, keeps on provoking. We are not here, we're not here as individuals. We are here representing Namibians.
Yes.
So unless he's saying that Namibians must, unless he's saying that Namibians must dare him to say what he wants to say. They will just say Namibia, I dare Namibians.
Yeah.
But
you made your point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they just withdraw the statement.
Yeah, you made your point.
Yes. Just withdraw the statement.
Honorable Deputy Minister Charles Mubita, if you think in your own right conscience that you could probably have used another word, just use that word and withdraw this one. Thank you.
Well, I'm not an Englishman, but I implore on you to familiarize yourself, first of all, with Resolution 435, familiarize yourself with the RRR, familiarize yourself with the people that are camping there. So, then you will be able to understand. I am.
Hello.
Small boys must be lectured. They are
Look. People.
No. Please, can you conclude?
Can I finish?
Conclude.
Can I finish?
Conclude. Yes. Conclude, Honorable Deputy Minister. Conclude.
What is the problem?
Conclude.
Chair, can I finish, please?
Hello. Hello.
My minutes
can you
are
sit
going.
down, please? Can you sit
My
down?
minutes are going.
Can you also sit down?
You have
Please
taken
sit
my
down.
minutes.
We are at the time.
No.
We are keeping.
My minutes were 3 minutes now.
No. It was not. It was one something.
It was 2 minutes.
No. It was not. Can you sit down, please? No. Hello. Honorable members, the two of you, did you hear the phrases that I used? What I said was, if you in your right mind, no, listen to me, listen. Yeah. If you, through the choices of words, realize that the word might not have been parliamentary, you have the option to use a different word or withdraw what you have said. That was what I said.
Which one is unparliamentary?
That is what I said. What?
Which one is unparliamentary? I said I wish to implore on you. Now, and the reason I said that is simple. Responding to that question would take a longer time. That's why I refer to information.
No, please. Honorable Chief Whip, can you please?
In conclusion, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs has no department or program that's called Staff Protection Services. As for the Judea Diaboloma, the Councillor for Judea Diaboloma came to see me last year. We are in conversation. I thank you.
Thank you. Please, both of you, can you sit down? Both of you, can you sit down? Yeah. No, but on what point? No, we no. On what? Okay. Sorry? Oh, Honorable Ligando? Yeah. I thought I gave you enough time to remove.
Deputy Chairperson, sorry, of the whole House Committee.
Yeah, please, let's listen to.
Yeah, I just want to say, we are not
No, you didn't hear it. Please, can we listen to the Chief Whip?
I just want to say we are not objecting.
Yeah.
But what we are just asking through the chairperson,
yes, sir,
to the Honorable Prime Minister, is
Prime
that
Minister?
let us have some sort of respect when the executive are responding to us, because we have seen this trend yesterday, last night again. Let us just stick to the concerns that are raised, because those ministries are not your ministries. They are our ministries. You are just appointed to be a minister today, After some years, someone else will be appointed as a minister. Those are the ministries of all of us. So please, I humbly request the Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, please to address this issue. Let's speak to the vote, because Namibians are listening to what we are saying in this parliament. So thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you. Now, hello, I appreciate your intervention, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the ruling part of the IBC. Now, does it mean that there is no objection from your side? So, if there is no objection, then so agreed. It was a tough one. What nonsense? I shall report progress and